Well, this is different. Good evening. Welcome to this evening's meetings of the City of York Council, which begin in a moment with our special council meeting. As usual, our meetings are being webcast, so the residents and other members of the public have the opportunity to see this either live or to view on demand later, should they wish to do so. Let me just remind those who are present of evacuation procedures. We're not, of course, expecting any kind of emergency this evening, but in that unlikely event, do make yourself aware of the emergency exits. We can, of course, leave at both ends of this room if lift access is required. I'll remind you, it is just outside of this door. And in the event that we need to evacuate down these stairs, we will then gather immediately outside here. Thank you very much. Before I begin, I'd like to invite you to observe a minute's silence. A minute's silence in memory of Fiona Williams. Fiona was the former chief executive of the Explore Libraries and Archives of the City of York, and sadly she died in May of this year. She was honoured in the New Year's Honours list of last year with a British Empire Medal for her services to libraries. And we remember her fondly. Can I suggest that we stand together for 1 minute, please? Thank you, members. Thank you. Now, may I remind everyone to continue to behave respectfully and appropriately at tonight's meetings in order that we have a good, productive debate, giving as many members as possible the opportunity to contribute and have their say, particularly in the main meeting. I'd also remind members at this stage that the guillotine will fall 3 hours and 30 minutes after the start of the main meeting. And I intend, of course, to have one break tonight during that main meeting at an appropriate point for 15 minutes. Finally, I'd like to say to this point that I intend to vary the order of business on tonight's agenda of the main meeting to bring forward agenda items 10 and 11 in order we deal with those consecutively immediately after the petitions at item 5. This will enable a proper debate and vote to take place on the proposed budget amendment within the executive members' report at item 10, and also to ensure that we deal with the proposals relating to the footpath and level crossing at Copmanthorpe, item 11. I would just want to avoid any possibility of that being dealt with as we come to the end of the meeting and reach potentially the guillotine. So with that having been said, apologies. I've received apologies for this evening's meeting from councillors Cuthbertson, Hollier, Mason, Runciman, Smalley, and One. Do members have any further apologies to report? Councillor Woodby.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's not an apology in the sense of not turning up, but it is, I would like to say how uncomfortable and anxious I am about such a size room for so many people, and we aren't even at full capacity. I don't think all members' concerns or conditions have been taken into consideration, and request that next time a more suitable room be appointed. for the next meeting for all concerns to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. That is noted. Can I remind members in office, please to turn mobile phones to silent, to mute any other electronic equipment for the duration of these meetings. And we now move to the special meeting specifically to consider honorary aldermen. So the special meeting of council has been convened to deal with a motion to confer the title of honorary alderman of the City of York upon former councillors John Galvin and Janet Looker. Under section 249 of the Local Government Act 1972, the council has the power to grant the title of honorary alderman of the City of York, and this honour must be conferred at a special meeting of the council. Well, we do have public participation. We have one speaker, a registered speaker, and I now call upon that speaker, Gwen Swinburne. When you're very familiar with this, you know that it's 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I appreciate that custom and practice is that there is no advance notice of what this generally 4-year extraordinary meeting is about. No report, no public speaking, and all is arranged behind closed doors. In each of these regards, it is contrary to transparency and good governance. We should do better. Choosing or not choosing honorary aldermen is part of our history, and there clearly are some form of rules and processes which we are not informed about here or anywhere as far as I can see. Unlike in many places in York, this is all hidden and done unlike in many places, it's done in York, it's done informally between staffers and selected members, but many places have proper committees to do this. We need to regularise this by, I suggest, forming some form of open committee to address the appointment of aldermen and other civic matters, including support and resourcing for the Northern Mayoralty, the freedom of the city recommendations, twinning and so on. We should be proud of this part of our history and respect it through transparent governance and decision-making, with resources decided also openly. There are plenty of examples of good practice on appointing aldermen. We need no further than North Yorkshire Council. A report is prepared for committee, which then recommends to full council, standard fare in other circumstances. Finally, Lord Mayor, I don't expect I am alone, and please no scoffing members, in being irritated that in this year, 2023, we are still calling these people older men with no older women option. Likewise, your role, Lord Mayor. It's time these matters were dealt with transparently, traditions updated via transparent governance, and this closed door arrangement is sorted out once and for all. Perhaps this could be added to the extensive makeover of our lengthy, dated and inadequate constitution as discussed yesterday by the monitoring officer. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much. Your comments have been noted. And so from the chair, I'm happy to move the motion to confer the title of honorary alderman of the City of York upon John Galvin and Janet Looker in recognition of their service to the City of York as set out in the special council agenda. And I invite the council leader to second the motion. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's my honour to second this motion to confer the honour of honorary alderman of the City of York for Janet Looker and John Galvin. Both gave outstanding service to the council in their time as councillors for Guildhall and Bishopthorpe respectively, and were fantastic colleagues and friends to so many of us. I think we all feel their absence across the council and will certainly miss them in the chamber. Sage and sound advice was always the order of the day, peppered with nuggets of Shakespeare, humour, historical context and mild outrage. Janet could not have been more supportive to me as I took on the role of the leader of the Labour group and then the leader of the council. It's so important for us all to have role models with valuable experience and insight gained over many years of service. We all stand on the shoulders of giants. I look forward to seeing both John and Janet participate in the civic life of the city over the coming years as honorary aldermen. I know Janet wouldn't forgive me if I didn't acknowledge the point that Gwen has just made, the fact that the title doesn't really fit within our diverse chamber where equality for women goes without saying. It would be nice at some point to see the titles of the honorary roles to reflect this. I won't stand in the way of the proceedings any further, other than to say I couldn't be happier to see this ceremony take place today and form part of my first full council meeting as leader. Congratulations, John and Janet, and thank you for everything you've done for York and your communities over your many, many years of service.
Yeah. Do any members wish to make further comment? Councillor Waters. I would just suggest that members do stand, given the arrangements this evening. I think maybe that would be helpful. We will be picked up by the microphones.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask in practical terms, other than being wheeled out for civic events and told to put a robe on, what it actually means to be an alderman. I'd like to see a greater recognition of that status, certainly in terms of the one alderman that's here tonight, who's been, in my opinion, treated as a bit of a nuisance for the last few years, turning up at council meetings. Why are aldermen provided with a place at the council chamber? Why aren't they provided with a named place? Why aren't they actually welcomed in, given their years of service? That's all I need to say.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. We've heard your comments. Any other members who wish to contribute? I don't see anybody indicating. Therefore, we take a vote on this. We have to take a vote. I think we know the outcome of this, but nevertheless, I'll invite you to please, if you would, support this this motion for the appointment of both Janet Looker and John Galvin as honorary aldermen of the City of York. Please raise your hands. I think that's NEMCON. Unanimous. Thank you very much. So with that, we have concluded the business of this special meeting. You would think, therefore, we could just roll on and start the main meeting, but as the time of that is given at 6:30, we have a 15-minute break. We start again, we reconvene at 6:30. Promptly. Stop yapping, get back here. I think we're ready to recommence. Welcome to the members of the public who've joined us. You may well be aware that we had a very brief preliminary meeting, the purpose of which was to appoint honorary aldermen. And in the course of that, the question was being asked about the appropriateness of that and the opportunity of using the term alder women. We have just in the interim been consulting again with the acts under which these appointments are made, namely Section 249 of the Local Government Act of 1972, which in fact allows for the appointments of aldermen and alderwomen. So there's no reason at all why we should not be doing that. A civic presentation of the scrolls will be arranged in due course for a new honorary alderman and alderwoman. Thank you, members. Yes. By all means, Councillor Gomez.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I ask that any older women who have been appointed so far are consulted to see if they want to change their title from alderman to alderwoman?
Councillor Lomas, that is a point that was already discussed in the short break, and I'm sure will be considered prior to a future meeting. Thank you. As we have been joined by a number who were not in the previous meeting, it would be wise as a precaution just to say again the appropriate procedure in the unlikely need of evacuation of this room. So again, to explain, the emergency exits are the door at the back there, the doors here, which will take us out to the main stairs through the main exit of the building and gather outside of here in the event that we need to do so. If you need a lift, the lift from this area is just outside of this door. But I'm sure we won't be needing to evacuate during the course of the meeting. We certainly wouldn't hope so. So we come to the ordinary meeting, and I can remind everyone, please, to speak clearly during debate, to use your microphones, and encourage members, if you're able, to stand when speaking and to switch off your microphone after speaking. When we come to named votes, as we almost certainly will later in the meeting, I would request that you do not use the microphone at that point. I'm sure it will be picked up by the ambient microphone, and the whole thing will run that little bit more smoothly. That's what I've been encouraged by our technical team. Otherwise, please use the microphone when speaking. To indicate that you wish to speak, please raise your hand if you're able to do so, and I will call upon you to speak at the appropriate time, but I don't guarantee to do that if there are more members wanting to speak and time is of the essence. So to help us get through business effectively, I'd be grateful if we keep the meeting focused to the point, and if I feel we're doing otherwise, I'll do my very best to bring us back on track. So, declarations of interest. Item 1, may I ask all members who have a personal, prejudicial, or disclosable pecuniary interest in any of the business to be discussed at tonight's meeting to declare those interests now, if you've not already done so in advance on the register of interests. Councillor Healy.
I have 2 primary school age children that may benefit from the full school meals pilot.
Councillor Eyre, I haven't seen your hand.
And I only have 1 primary school age child who may benefit from that.
Okay. I don't see any other hands at this point. So thank you for that. Item 2, the approval of minutes. We have minutes to agree for 2 meetings, namely the ordinary council meeting held on the 23rd of March last, and of course the annual council held on the 25th of May. Do I have members' approval to sign the minutes of both of those meetings? I don't hear anything to the contrary, therefore I will do so as soon as I'm able. We come to item 3, civic announcements. I'll mention a few things. It's encouraging that we've come through these trying times of the pandemic, and one of the great benefits is when we're now welcoming to York some of those who have links with us through our special relationships as twin cities or sister cities. And I want to mention an exchange with the University of Lviv. You'll remember that council agreed it was some point in 2022 last year that we would extend a hand of friendship and develop a sister relationship with Lviv. We had received a delegation from Lviv in November of 2021. They had sought to develop a link of friendship with us. And I was able to contribute to an event at Lviv University remotely by Zoom just a couple of weeks ago, and only last Saturday was pleased to welcome to York a professor from Lviv University, and there was a small exchange of gifts then, and that includes the book of Lviv, which is here at the front, if anyone wants to peruse that later. Only yesterday, I had a 30-minute meeting with the Chinese ambassador. Wasn't the most comfortable of meetings, as you might imagine, but I took the opportunity to focus particularly on the challenge of climate change and meeting that challenge, highlighted some of the things that are happening in York and North Yorkshire, and we were looking particularly at developing a stronger investment in research and development. That meeting took place in the context of the University of York, and I would be pleased to have any further conversations with any members who wish to know more about that. But group leaders have been informed of the nature of that meeting. Again, I received a small gift from the ambassador of China, and that's also on the table here. It is a scroll. I have not unwrapped it, but you're very welcome to view it. I've had the pleasure of welcoming no less than 3 delegations of different kinds from our twin city of Munster, including the Philharmonic Choir of Munster, who sang with the York Choral Society in York Minster, the sort of thing that certainly wasn't happening 2 years ago. A civic exchange with Dijon is planned for September, and that will include Dijon contributing in a very interesting way to our festival of food and drink. Also a civic exchange around the celebration of Liberation Day on the 11th of September. I was pleased to be present for the unveiling of a ledger stone, the unveiling by the Duke of Gloucester on the 11th of this month at the Merchant Adventurers. And this is marking the centenary of the presentation of a bronze plaque from New York, celebrating the special relationship between our two cities. As I say, that was in 1924, and in May 2024, ledger stone, which for a while will be displayed in the Guildhall, where the bronze plaque is, will be transported to New York for presentation. I think it's on the 5th of May next year. There is, of course, a special relationship between York and New York. Finally, I just want to mention our civic charity events, a number of events coming up, including a fish and ships cruise on the Ouse on Monday, the 14th of August. And just after that, on the Saturday, the 19th, we are celebrating the traditional size of ales, but we have also recognized that historically that was an assize of bread and ales. So we are also having an assize of bread and ales. You will have received information about that. Again, if you'd like to know more, do have a word afterwards. Before I pass on from this item, I want to take the opportunity just to mention that Fiona Young is sadly leaving us soon. I think at the end of next week, Fiona. You won't thank me for saying this, I know, but I'm going to thank you for your many, many years of service to this city, to this council, to this full council meeting, especially, and your link and your service to this. I don't quite sure how many years, but it's certainly in excess of 20. Thank you, Fiona, for your service.
Everyone.
So we come to the public participation session. This is item 4 of our agenda. Under the council procedure rules, this provides an opportunity for members of the public to express their views, positive or negative, but to do so within certain restrictions in terms of not saying anything defamatory, discriminatory, no personal attack on an officer, and of course not to disclose confidential or exempt information. We have 10 who have registered to speak at this meeting. I know there are a number of others who are disappointed, but we have a fix of 10 registered public speakers. All but one of those are attending in person. One will join the meeting remotely. The speaker who's participating remotely will join with the assistance of the technical team. After speaking, will be asked to leave the Zoom call before I move on to the next speaker. Speakers cannot participate further in the meeting, but are welcome to continue watching by viewing the live webcast. Those speaking in person are seated in the room. Each will in turn be invited to the microphone to address the meeting. After speaking, I ask them to return to their seat. And of course, if they wish to stay for the remainder of the meeting, they're welcome to do so. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes. I'll try just to give notice as we reach that 3-minute mark. I will be quite firm with that 3 minutes. I'll invite the speaker attending remotely to speak first. And so I call on our first speaker, Flick Williams, who'd like to speak, I understand, on agenda items 8, 10, and 11, insofar as they pertain to access for disabled people. Flick Williams, can you hear us? Are you there?
Yep.
Okay, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Elected members, I'm delighted to see that today you are meeting in a venue accessible to all with the requisite blue badge parking. Item 11, I welcome the decision to oppose the installation of a stepped-only footbridge to replace the level crossing at Copmanthorpe by Network Rail. Their diversity impact assessment is badly flawed. I sat in the parish council meeting in front of 3 Network Rail executives who told me that my access was not value for taxpayers' money, deeply offensive. Sending representation to the public inquiry in defence of access for all may help to repair this authority's damaged reputation in this regard. In fact, you can be leaders, as if Network Rail's plans are not thwarted, this decision paves the way for 5 more inaccessible footbridges across the country, to the great detriment of many more disabled and older people nationally. Items 8 and 10. I welcome the executive member's report announcing the allocation of funding for consultation and communication needed to reverse the blue badge ban. And I note Councillor Rowley's motion asking for that commitment. But I would advise you there is growing impatience for this work to start and that this is not exclusive to blue badge holders. I never doubted this new administration's promise, but the complexities involved mean opposition members who have no interest in doing it at all should keep out. The city centre is a very different place now from how it was in 2019. The literal barriers in the form of the hostile vehicle mitigation installations and the solutions to permit blue badge holders access through them can only add further metaphorical barriers. I feel sure that since Council voted unanimously to adopt the social model of disability in October 22, that you are now all fully versed in it and what disabled people mean when we talk about barriers, but perhaps not, as my understanding is that members have not yet received disability equality training, something else for the urgent to-do list. Because Councillor Rowley's motion does not go far enough, if disabled people are to be put front and centre of any forthcoming transport strategy, not only must we have our exemption to the foot streets reinstated, we must also have exemption from the traffic reduction measures that are coming down the track. If the goal is traffic reduction achieved through modal shift, if you cannot take a bus or ride a cycle, such measures are just punitive and result in indirect disability discrimination.
30 seconds.
So I urge you to get on with the consultation on the traffic regulation order without delay. No more time left for officers to drag their heels. We need a clear timeline, not just vague promises about hopefully before the end of the year. Every day without access is another day disabled people suffer the same harms we have been doing for the last 3 years plus. Time now then to put the pedal to the metal before the goodwill of the disabled community runs out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Your comments have been noted and will be taken into account when those items are discussed. I'll now move to those who are attending in person and call upon our second speaker. I think that's Emma Hardy, who I understand would like to speak on matters relevant to the city, namely safeguarding single-sex services. 3 minutes, and again, I'll try to give you notice if we're getting close to that.
Hello, my name's Emma Hardy and I'm here to raise concerns about the council's decision to renew their Stonewall membership. Stonewall promote the idea that someone's self-identified gender identity should override their sex. In recent years, there have been several high-profile legal cases for discrimination on account of gender-critical beliefs, a belief that biological sex is immutable and cannot be changed. As a result, the scheme has now been shown to be wholly incompatible with upholding female and gay rights. The UK government now recommends organisations leave Stonewall, along with the Cabinet Office, Crown Prosecution Service, Department of Education, Department for Health, Ofsted, Ofcom, BBC, Channel 4. Tellingly, the Equality and Human Rights Commission have left. Local government include Barnet, Bath, Bexley, Bridgend, Bromley, Croydon, Ealing, Hampshire, Harrow, Sheffield, Northampton, Nottingham, Thurrock, Warrington, West Sussex, Swansea, London boroughs and Westminster, to name just a few. In York, I'm happy to say Huntington School and Pathfinder Multi-Academy have left because of their extreme politically partisan gender ideology. A few examples of the risks of following Stonewall guidance. 9-year-old girls exposed to naked adult men in the female changing room at the swimming pool. Female victims of sexual assault forced to share toilets with men at the library. Elderly female service users or patients receiving intimate personal care from a man against their will. Disturbing incidents like these will result in expensive and avoidable legal action. This is why York and Scarborough NHS Trust have asked me to help them revise their eliminating mixed sex accommodation policy next month. The most recent stats from the Office for National Statistics show 98% of sexual assaults are carried out by men, with 86% of the victims being women. Women are a vulnerable group. This is why we have the protected characteristic of sex under the Equality Act 2010. As of May 2023, City of York have spent £12,500 on Stonewall membership fees. This is taxpayers' money and should not be wasted. Stonewall's guidance is unlawful, unfit for purpose, and does not provide value for money. In conclusion, I ask the Council to review this as a matter of urgency, and serious questions must be asked of those individuals responsible for renewing the membership as recently as May this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your comments are noted and will be taken into account. I call on our third speaker, Gwen Swinburne, who'd like to speak on governance issues as matters relevant to the city.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I speak before you tonight in what must be the most undignified setting for full council in this great city's long history. I cannot believe that with almost all York available to you, this room was the only accessible room. It's demeaning. Lord Mayor, members, years of significant and increasingly embarrassing governance failures continue unabated. Tonight, the only key matter is the administration's budget amendment. Against all custom and practice, it is buried deep, even as an annex in an untitled executive member's report towards the end of the agenda. Any rationale presented makes this implausible at best. Zero consideration has been given for citizens trying to navigate this. The COO and monitoring officer should not have cleared the agenda in this format. I'm afraid this, like the unlawful annual council, is symptomatic of the respect shown for proper governance in this council, and that is the statutory officer's responsibility, not yours. As the statutory officers are well aware, we citizens and even members have very little recourse when governance goes very wrong, other than to go to judicial review. The main points that I wanted to raise tonight have been very eloquently articulated today by a former leader of the council in his blog. These full meetings have become ridiculous in every way, with pointless posturing political motions taking virtually all the time, whilst the main business of the council is relegated to a couple of minutes at the end of the meeting because of the guillotine. I would ask you to think of the vast majority of citizens, not just yourselves and your lobby favourites. If you have to have motions, have them at the end. Limit them to 10 minutes, published in full so we can understand the agenda. Not even I can follow the paper trail. Lastly, thank you, Labour, for stopping much of the wasteful ward funding spending, but I do think we are owed an explanation about where this millions of pounds of free school meals was going to come from, because it doesn't seem to be there. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Your comments have been noted and will be taken into account. I call on our fourth speaker, and I think that's Vicky Hill, who'd like to speak to agenda item 5, the petition on Front Street regeneration project. Vicky Hill.
Thank you very much. If we've done our job properly, most people will have heard about the What a Load of Bollards campaign. I can't believe that nearly came out. And if you haven't, you've got some further clues from my fashionably attired friends, and you may have seen us outside. You may have seen us in the press. We've had quite a few press stories, and in fact, we're in there again today. You'll have maybe come across the videos and the radio interviews that we've done, as this really has captured people's imaginations. There's a deafening noise on social media. It's extended way beyond local ACOM groups to other campaigners and charities, and other residents across York who are absolutely terrified the same thing might happen to their high street soon. I've also just heard today we've now made it into the Wikipedia area section for ACOM, which isn't great, but is for us. For many, it sums up all that is wrong with unimaginative, lazy governance, and is a prime example of a scandalous misuse of public funding. Your last clue as to the strength of feeling around this campaign is an online petition signed by local people, which will be presented later by Councillor Nelson, and paper petitions received from ACOM shops, with more being signed every day. We're up to 1,150, but we're a very new campaign, so we think that will probably continue to zoom upwards. We're asking for one simple thing: removal of the 138 strong military zone bollard wall of ACOM and a new plan, or rather the old plan, a £20,000 consultation, money taken from very precious £400,000 shared prosperity grant, which we were awarded from the government and assumed would be finally transforming our desperately neglected area of York. So let me just find that note again. We discovered in this consultation, unsurprisingly, that local people and businesses wanted a wide open space on one level, communal areas with benches, trees, planters, cafe seating and provision for our much loved local market. Something like this in Winchester or Stamford and Staffordshire, or in fact hundreds of high streets across the country, where perhaps people have a slightly more enlightened approach to designing real living spaces for people following basic urban planning principles, who know through a vast number of studies that successful high streets are places people want to visit. Worth remembering that that is not what we had and not what we got instead. All our opportunities were wiped out in the few seconds it took for a disengaged set of politicians to pass plans for 138 steel bollards. We know our new ward councillors share the horror of what's happened, and we urge you, be brave, be visionary, let's get it right this time, and let's get rid of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comments have been noted, will be taken into account when that item is dealt with. Our fifth speaker, Ruth Jackson, would also like to speak on the Front Street petition.
So what next? As you have heard, we expected so much more. But the current state of Front Street is not just ugly, and according to some local businesses now affecting their trade, it is a long-lasting, far-reaching effect on the health and happiness of everyone who uses it. And to think that residents would accept the current state of play instead of what was originally discussed is a disgrace and an insult. We've mentioned the vast amount of research into urban planning. This might sum it up. The High Streets for All study we made that found that, quote, high streets are social, promoting community and cultural exchange. 45% of people surveyed value the social exchanges that high streets support. This is especially important for the vulnerable groups, particularly the elderly. We are social animals by nature, and we like to mix. Since the pandemic, this has been magnified. We strongly believe as a group, along with many others, that local authorities have a duty to provide safe, open spaces where people can mingle, have chance conversations, a shared greeting. These are integral to the mental well-being of us as humans and essential for those from whom the trip to Front Street could well be the only place they will see another person that day. Whilst we're on the subject of the vulnerable, Front Street is currently a textbook example of how to make life more challenging for a person with any kind of physical challenge, trying to go to their local high street. We have many supporters from the disabled community behind us, but cannot possibly understand what it's really like to be blocked from even being able to cross the road due to a lack of dropped curbs. Yet more numerous studies show that when it comes to keeping traffic calm, simply filling up a space with street colour and warning signs usually has the opposite effect. Quite aside from rulings about cutting emissions and the damage of pollution to our health and environment, this is a non-essential route for most drivers. Let's have a proper conversation about the pedestrianisation of this high street, while still supporting the deliveries local businesses need. There are plenty of examples, not only in York, but UK-wide, that show this is achievable. Now imagine, if you can, a dream scenario. Let's assume the bollards are gone and the pointless benches have been positioned in places people actually want to sit. Trees have been properly planted, not just shoved in concrete, and our cafes have been given a more vibrant, inviting environment for their outdoor seating. Now, look what we've got space for, a local market. This is one of the main things people would really love to see return. Or a regular community-led event showcasing all that is great about the area. With these would come visitors to our shops and businesses. The list its possibilities and endless. What if at a similar meeting in another city in another part of the country, it was the pictures of our high street that campaigners held up as the very best of example? Whilst we remain encouraged and optimistic by the recent comments around Front Street from the council, we want to see changes start to happen to ensure Front Street becomes a community-focused high street we were promised. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comments are noted and we'll be taking them into account when that item is dealt with. I call on our sixth speaker, Ginny Shaw, who I understand would like to speak on motion I at item 8, namely safeguarding York's future. Again, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, council members, I'm speaking as a citizen of York who is a member of a number of national and local groups campaigning to tackle the dire climate and ecological crises we are facing, including Friends of the Earth and Global Justice Now. I'm not here as a formal representative of any group, however, but as a grandmother of 4, 2 of whom are teenagers who also live in York. I have campaigned all my adult life for justice and peace and to achieve a livable future for all life on Earth, life forms, and in whatever way I can, including the successful campaign to stop third energy fracking at Kirkby Nispeton. The Climate and Ecology Bill is the 3rd attempt to ensure that the UK government, 1, reduces its greenhouse gas emissions in line with keeping to the remaining global carbon budget of 1.5 degrees Celsius, 2, reverses the damage done to the natural world by 2030, and 3, establishes a climate and nature citizens assembly to recommend measures for inclusion in an all-of-government strategy. What is achieved in York to address the interlinked climate and ecological crises will have a profound effect on our collective ability to secure a livable future for all life, now and in the future. So while I commend the intentions behind this motion, I'm seeking the following specific commitments. 1, for the current administration to work in collaboration with the Climate and Nature Citizens Assembly to ensure the voices of all York's residents, irrespective of age, race, religion or belief, class, gender, sexual orientation, disability, impairment or marital status, are heard. 2, when interpreting the request to council members to keep the pledge to be carbon neutral by the 1st of January 2030 at the forefront of their minds when taking decisions. This shall include consideration of planning applications, including in cases where felling of mature trees and building on premises on precious green space is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your comments are noted and will be taken into account. Our seventh speaker, Denise Craghill, would like to speak, I understand, on the motion safeguarding York's future.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Climate change is very real and is destroying lives and livelihoods now everywhere. Human impact on nature and on the planet's natural boundaries adds to the crisis in the systems we depend on for our food and physical and mental well-being. In the face of lack of action from governments, cities around the world are at the forefront of taking the actions we need. York was recognised last year as a leading climate action city, but there is certainly much, much more to do. We welcome the commitments in Motion 1 to ensure that all decision makers in the council keep in mind the urgency of the situation, to include intermediate targets in the climate change strategy, to develop the new local transport plan in line with carbon reduction targets, and to implement the pollinator action plan. What matters most, of course, though, is not only having good strategies and plans, but the actions and outcomes that follow. The challenge is huge, but fortunately, the upside is that the vast majority of climate actions can also improve people's lives right now. For example, a zero carbon resident focused York Central, delivering new green jobs, a cleaner, healthier environment in York, long lasting and well insulated homes, delivering very low energy bills for residents. What you actually do in detail across all portfolios will determine how successfully you can deliver this agenda for everyone in the city. So a few comments on your emergency budget at item 10, as the previous speaker referred to. We support the aspirations here. We wish you well with developing the free school meals pilot to reach all children in need across the city. We welcome the external funding officer, a post we've put in our budget amendments as the Green Party for many years. Hopefully this officer will be able to help the carbon reduction and housing teams to access finance to scale up energy efficiency retrofit for all householders, building on work already done to benefit York residents and tackle this major source of emissions. Our biggest concern about this budget, though, is where you've taken money from. The funding taken away from the very local level may be very much missed when it comes to practical grassroots actions on climate, nature and tackling social isolation. The Ward Highways funding has had its difficulties, but was just beginning to work better. It could play an important part in encouraging walking, wheeling and cycling whilst responding to very local needs. I'm very hopeful still that one of my Guildhall Highway schemes will improve pedestrian and wheelchair access into the city centre across the Odd Walk, Goodram Gate Junction. Programme for July, Lord Mayor. I'm really hopeful it will appear soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comments are noted and will be taken into account. Thank you. I call on our eighth speaker, Penny Bainbridge, again wishing to speak on safeguarding York's future.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for allowing me to come and speak to you. I'm Penny Bainbridge. I'm here really because I'm a trustee of Edible York. I'm actually the chair of York Environment Forum as well, and I'm also the organiser of a small group in the Guildhall ward called Foggy, which is the Friends of the Edible Gardens in the Guildhall ward. And I'm here to speak about the food insecurity motion. I just wanted to tell you a bit about what Edible York does, because we have quite a wide-ranging set of activities. We have public vegetable beds, which you've probably seen in the city centre, where people can take away herbs and other vegetables without
any questions being asked, they can try out the vegetables. We have Abundance, the fruit harvesting and redistribution service, where we distribute more than a ton of apples each year. We have events such as walks to edible places, seed swaps, plant swaps, cooking activities. We support a lot of other groups that want to do these similar sorts of things by providing information and support. And we also do time-limited projects, one of which I'll tell you about in a little while. And that particular item about time-limited projects relates to what we've been doing in the Hull Road ward, where we've supported 10 households that hitherto haven't really been gardening. I think 9 out of 10 haven't been gardening and one of them has. And they're all in social housing. So in this particular part of Hull Road, the houses have got gardens, but they probably haven't really been used as gardens, or they might have got lawns that are not really there suitable for, without a bit of work, to grow vegetables. What we found, we've been doing this, I suppose, since about Christmas. All of those 10 households, they're on below average incomes. And they've really, they've really got into it. So they've grown radishes, potatoes, all sorts of things. What we found is you need local knowledge and local connections, and that's how it's worked in Hull Road. We need to build on trust and draw in other groups. And really, we're using community development principles. And it's a matter of working with people as a priority and thinking about the land as a secondary issue.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Your comments are noted and will be taken into account. Thank you. And ninth speaker, Jamie Sims, also speaking on the same motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm a member of a number of environmental groups in the city, but I'm speaking this evening as a private individual. I welcome this motion. Signing up to 0 hour in support of the Climate and Ecology Bill is overdue, as is the commitment to tackle the biodiversity and nature emergency alongside the climate emergency. These moves can only enhance York's reputation. Regarding the climate emergency in York and the commitment to becoming carbon neutral by the 1st of January 2030, Council should note that the report by Professor Goulson, on which York's current 10-year climate change strategy is based, excludes what are called Scope 3 emissions, i.e. those from flying and from things imported from abroad but consumed in York. If these emissions are included, then York's remaining carbon budget to meet the Paris Agreement targets would be used up next year, 2024, not 2030. I can provide figures after council if members wish to see them. Therefore, the proposal to explore intermediate carbon reduction targets is welcome, and all the more urgent, recognising that Scope 3 emissions are much more difficult to control locally. In pursuit of this, as about 1/3 of York's carbon emissions come from housing, I would encourage consideration of the use of ENEFIT and AECB, the Association of Environmentally Conscious Builders standards, in retrofitting insulation in existing buildings, in addition to the EPC ratings required by planning and government grant applications, which, as some of you will know, are a rather blunt tool. However, recognising that current government funding is minimal for that, but that may change after the general election. Passive house standards in new builds should also be encouraged for the same reasons of urgency and to prevent costly retrofitting later on. Regarding transport emissions make up a further 1/3 of York's emissions, so the proposal to develop an updated local transport plan in the context of the 10-year climate change strategy is also very welcome. The council should continue to use its city leadership position to convene organisations and businesses to do their share to meet York's target for 2030. In exploring a strengthened 10-year climate change strategy through a series of intermediate carbon reduction targets, I would also urge Council to consider how to better engage with civil society groups on environmental issues in the decision-making and the scrutiny processes. Lastly, I gather some environmental groups are organising a citizens' assembly on the 30th September this year, and all elected members are invited to that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Your comments are noted and will be taken into account when that motion is debated. And finally, I call on our 10th speaker, Joe Gilling of the York Cycle Campaign, who wishes to speak on getting York moving fairly. Again, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Transport in York is broken. York's roads are congested and polluted. Many of York's residents are afraid to cycle on traffic-choked roads, unable to walk on streets dominated by pavement parking, or disenfranchised by York's expensive and limited bus network. Transport contributes significantly to York's carbon budget. Electric cars do not and will not provide a solution to these problems. York Cycle Campaign believes that the new administration needs to be brave and to radically rethink transport in York. We therefore call on the new administration to commit to taking all possible steps to move from a city where car is king to a city where active travel and public transport thrive. Doing this will ensure a cleaner, greener, healthier, happier, and wealthier future for all York's residents and help York maintain its position as a key tourist destination. The revised local transport plan and new local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, which are under development, will play a crucial role in ensuring that York prioritises active travel and public transport. We call on the new administration to use the York Civic Trust's transport strategy as a blueprint for what needs to be done, and the campaign's 42 Ways to Transform York to provide inspiration for what a cycle-friendly city would look like. We recognise that rethinking York's approach to transport at a strategic level will take time. In the meantime, we call upon the new administration to demonstrate its commitment to change by making approval of the dualling of the York Outer Ring Road contingent on a comprehensive upgrading of junctions to improve cycle and pedestrian safety with underpasses as standard, and addressing the missing links to the associated cycle route, together with a commitment to introduce specific measures to reduce through traffic in the city centre. Demanding that the Railway Museum rethinks the deeply flawed walkway agreements so that wheelers, pedestrians, and cyclists retain 24/7 access through the site and do not face a long and substandard detour. Overturning the blue badge ban and starting the process of increasing access for cyclists into and through the city centre. Requiring its transport offices to engage with and participate in training led by Active Travel England.
30 seconds.
Ensuring that funding already received for active travel is spent on projects that will provide maximum on-the-ground benefits to cyclists and pedestrians. And finally, confirming that it will respect the transport hierarchy, i.e. focus on the needs of wheelers, pedestrians and cyclists when considering any developments that come forward for consideration prior to the finalisation of the LTP and LC whip. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, your comments have been noted, will be taken into account when those motions are debated, and that ends the public participation session. So we come to item 5 of the agenda, namely petitions. Notice has been received of one petition to be presented this evening. The council procedure rules allow 1 minute to present a petition to council, and I invite Councillor Nelson to present the petition on behalf of residents of Acomb, asking the council to remove the bollards installed on Front Street. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm presenting this petition on behalf of the What a Load of Bollards campaign group, who have been working tirelessly to represent the views of, it would seem, almost everybody who's ever used Acomb Front Street. I stand here today as a councillor for Westfield. However, this petition for me is also close to my heart as a resident. It's hard to express the horror that myself and, as this petition shows, over 1,000 local residents felt when the initial part of the Front Street regeneration programme was unveiled. The previous Liberal Democrat and Green administration spent £20,000
30 seconds.
on a consultation which people took time to engage with, only to completely ignore it. Here is the document. It does not call for 138 bollards, which actively stop anything in this document from being delivered. I know the council cannot turn back the clock on what has been inflicted on Front Street, but I do hope that today this shows our willingness to listen to our residents, and I hope that the council can find a way to move forward. Thank you.
In accordance with the council, thank you, members. In accordance with the council procedure rules, our petition will be referred to the Customer and Corporate Service Scrutiny Management Committee. Moving on to item 6, well, which will be item 10. Report of the executive member. A written report by Councillor Lomas, the executive member for Finance, Performance, Major Projects and Equalities, appears on page 35 of the council papers. In order to ensure that members are able to fully debate. I will give you the opportunity, Councillor Crouch. Let me cue this up for you. It's your big moment. In order that members are able to fully debate the new administration proposed budget amendment, including the submission and debate of any opposition amendments to that proposal, a motion without notice will be moved under procedure rule B14 brackets 2 brackets J to suspend procedure rules B9 and B10 brackets 1 to brackets 4 for the purposes of lifting the 10-minute time limit to allow debate on this item and for holding a recorded vote on the proposed budget amendment in accordance with the procedure relating to debate set out in council procedure rules B17 to B24. You've all got that, haven't you? I'm sure. I invite Councillor Crawshaw to move that motion.
Apologies, Lord Mayor. I wasn't sure whether I was going to have to read out all of those things, but thank you very much for doing it on behalf. I would just like to express Labour Group's frustration alongside some of the speakers, and the way in which this has come about hasn't been ideal. I believe yesterday at Audit and Governance there was a motion or a decision to look again at the Constitution in order that we don't find ourselves in this place. But we are where we are today, so formally moving all of the things that you said already, Lord Mayor.
You don't want to repeat them, that's fine. May I have a seconder? Thank you, it's been seconded. Do members wish to debate that motion, or is council content to approve it? Councillor Eyre, I suspected that might have something.
Thank you, I'm not sure if we're standing or not. The Constitution does say that we have to stand if we are able to. The report published in the council agenda does not include a recommendation for us to discuss, vote on or amend. The council constitution at B9.1 is clear as to what can be done as part of this agenda item. At each council meeting, an executive member, decided by rotation, will submit a written report. The executive member will formally move their report, but will not. This standing order is going to remain in place. That's why we added 10.1 to 10.4. I do agree with the Microsoft view or the government that this is inelegant but not unlawful. However, suspension of these standing orders in effect means the time limit is lifted, members are no longer able to comment or ask questions, supplementaries are not allowed, and the executive member may not respond. Removal of these standing orders does not allow recommendations to be moved from the floor, nor amendments to be taken to that, or a vote to be taken. No part of the Constitution does. Such a recommendation would have to be moved as a motion without notice. To do this would have to comply with sections B14.1 and B14.2, and there are a list of specific notices without motion that can be moved. To appoint a chair, accuracy the minutes, to change the order, to refer something, to appoint a committee, to receive reports, withdraw a motion, proceed to the next business, adjourn the meeting, suspend, which is suggesting we do now council procedure rules, to exclude the public, to not hear further a member, to give the consent to the council where consent is required, to extend the meeting, or to extend any other time limit. Nothing I have seen or been told so far, either this evening or at Audit and Governance, provides legitimate legal or constitutional evidence for how a recommendation, vote, and or amendment can be tabled at this meeting. We are not allowed to comment on the legal advice received ahead of the annual council meeting, but suffice to say, this administration's approach to governance is at best slipshod and at worst disdainful. We will be voting against the suspension of standing orders due to the fact it doesn't achieve what it intends.
Thank you, Councillor. Do any other members wish to speak on this motion of suspending procedure rules? I see no other members indicating. Councillor Crawshaw, do you wish to respond?
I will just very quickly respond, and I will stand up. And I think it is important to be very, very clear about this situation that we're in. This is not a situation of the Labour Group's making. This has been brought forward in a way based on the advice that we've been asked to follow from officers. And we have the obligation, as did you in administration, to follow the best advice of officers. I think the way in which it's being handled now is the best of the situation that we find ourselves in. And we either have the opportunity to all have a discussion and a debate on a very important change to budget procedures, and we can have that openly, transparently in front of everybody. We can all make our points, or we cannot. And if you want to block the lifting of standing orders on a technicality, which is what you would seek to do, I appreciate you don't have the numbers with the number of people missing and other things, but it does seem a little bit pointless that we're here having a discussion about whether or not we should get on with having a meaningful discussion about the ways in which the money that the people of York pay to the city are distributed and used.
Okay, I think we have to put this to the vote. All those wishing to vote in favour of the suspension of the procedural rules, I'm not going to repeat them all again, but as already outlined, please indicate. We'll take a count on those, please.
That's 28, Chair.
Thank you. And all those who wish to vote against? We can record those.
Yeah, 12, Chair.
Thank you. And can I note any abstentions? I don't see any. No. Good. So I think we're clear of the result, but if we could just have the figures. The result is
28 in favour of suspension of standing orders, Chair, and 12 against.
So that motion is carried. I invite Councillor Lomas to move the proposed budget amendment as set out at page 16 of Agenda Supplement 2. Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In presenting my report this evening, I must begin by saying that I appreciate the opportunity to bring forward a budget amendment in an open and transparent way as a political decision to change the budget that was voted through by the old coalition in February, so that we can meet the priorities of the new Labour administration now in power. I hope that our efforts made to get this matter properly debated demonstrate our new open and transparent approach that we will take to setting budgets. Procedural issues aside, I'm proud that we've managed to get this fully debated, and I thank everyone for their support in that. Of course, I realise that the budget amendment will be the item of most focus in my report, but I wish to first begin by mentioning some of the other items covered. I was very, very proud to work with Hadi Jai of IER UK to publicise the launch of our anti-racism and inclusion strategy. And I must pay tribute to the work that the whole team at IER UK have done in meticulously researching and consulting on the report, bringing a level of rigour not shown by the Daily Mail when they reported on it. This is an important piece of work, and all of us owe a debt to them for it. My foolish pride soon turned to distress at the appalling abuse that Hadi and her colleagues faced in the days afterwards. I faced a tiny percentage of the hate that they received for my part in it. Can you guess why I might have got off lightly? Hadi, however, showed the utmost grace and strength in the face of that hate by remarking that it only goes to prove how much the report and the work it brings forward for us was needed. Those who deny that racism is a problem in our city, those who aim hate and abuse at others, those who deride people trying to make our city a better place for everyone, those people need to consider their position. I know that some of them are scared. They are facing their own challenges, and in their fear and distress, they are lashing out, but that needs to stop now. What we are working for is a better York for everyone. That's what we stand for and what we will continue to work for. Equality and inclusion are better for everyone, and we are not afraid to face up to that or to have the difficult conversations that are needed. We will not be deterred from our plans by hate, and I look forward to engaging with people and institutions across the city to address the very real problem of racism in York by tackling it everywhere and every time we encounter it. And I urge all councillors and political parties to do the same. I know that the leader of the opposition is unduly focused on what I might or might not be thinking about major projects. So I did make sure to include that in my report too, just for him. Please rest assured that when there is something of significance to say, I will do so openly and transparently, and I welcome all queries and comments, most easily done simply by speaking to me. Now to the budget amendment. We promised during our election campaign that we would work hard in our communities to make our fantastic city a healthier, fairer, more affordable and more accessible place where everyone feels valued. The amendment to the budget allows us to get moving on the hard work to deliver our 6 key election pledges, despite inheriting a gaping hole in the council's finances that will force us to make difficult decisions about what to cut in the upcoming budget setting process for next year. We've already reduced the number of executive members, saving money already by working harder. We're also repurposing some of the venture fund money that was originally earmarked by the Liberal Democrat Green Coalition for ward committees to purchase benches. We're going to put that where it is needed most. Don't worry, there's still ward funding available for any benches that are needed in local communities. We're redirecting ward highways project funding to addressing more potholes in a longer lasting way that will protect our road infrastructure. We're making the most of the opportunity afforded by changes to depreciation to invest in safer and healthier homes for our tenants, ensuring that we can address dangerous damp and mould while responding to the cost of living crisis and the climate emergency. We want to be a more open and outward-facing administration. We know that we don't have all the answers, and we know we cannot do everything on our own. We stand ready to meet the challenges ahead and to make the tough decisions necessary in the best interests of the people of York. And I commend this report and the budget amendment to you on behalf of our new, hard-working, outward-facing, forward-thinking administration. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lomas. Do I have a seconder for that?
Yes, that's me, Lord Mayor. Thank you. It's with great pride and optimism that I'm seconding this amendment to the 23-24 budget to reflect the priorities and commitments of the new Labour administration. The amendment reflects the mandate the people of York gave us at the ballot box to deliver for them. We are now busy working with officers and other partners across the city to make the change the city wants and expects to see. Time and opportunity is not being wasted, and I look forward to being able to provide you all with updates on our progress over the coming months. I'd like to thank the people of York for putting their trust in us, and partners across the city and the officers of our council for working so hard with us on this. There is a lot to do. It requires hard work and graft from everyone, but we will deliver and deliver for everyone from Bishopthorpe to Skelton and Dunnington to Napton. As the leader of this council, I recommend this budget amendment to you for approval.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. A notice has been received of an amendment to the budget proposal. I invite Councillor Eyre to move that amendment, which is set out at page 16 of the agenda supplement 2 and in the table at pages 23 to 25 of agenda supplement 1. Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As Councillor Webb will be aware, Year 12 Archbishop Holgates, including my daughter, have spent this week on work experience. In the Lib Dem office, we've had a fantastic student from that school also with us on work experience. I say this because the last few months and this budget amendment have all the hallmarks, not of an administration with a vision to lead, but a workplace where everyone has gone on holiday and the work experienced students have been left in charge. 5 months ago, when we were presented with the worst budget amendment in living memory, we were told this was a stopgap. There would be a triumphant vision post-May when Labour were given access to the mechanics of power. This is little more than a damp squib, a U-turn on policy and frantic backpedalling. Seed funding of commitment to deliver free school meals is now funding to support a pilot. Work to develop a new staffing and service model across all wards to include neighbourhood caretakers is now consultation and pilot planning. There is a usual ideological raiding of local communities, starving them of vital funds they need to provide youth services, tackle loneliness, isolation, and improve mental health. In the theme of the internet meme, this amendment serves to fix that for you. It shows you how, with a little creativity and nous, all the things that you seek to realise can be achieved, and in fact, even more, all without picking the pockets of young people and vulnerable adults across the city. Instead of one £100,000 allowance for pilot free school meals, it gives you 4 times the amount to spend. £400,000 to tackle the issues that matter, not a one-off political statement. The same is true with investment in youth services. A recurrent funding model offers £160,000 to deliver outreach services to young people in our communities. Regarding the rest of the amendment, 5K is never going to deliver the model alluded to, so if necessary, such funding could be found from existing budgets. Funding already exists within the capital programme that can be released to create the Climate Emergency Fund, and as the executive is well aware, the council has never had an issue in recent times attracting external funding. This recurrent funding is robustly funded. As Councillor Kilbane acknowledged in his report, some remnants of joint administrations are no longer necessary, and this includes the 2015 expansion of ESAs. The public health budget is better spent on interventions than 6-figure consultants. I assume, therefore, that the Labour group will thank us for the time we spent improving this amendment and enthusiastically vote it through.
30 seconds.
Unless, of course, they can't see past their ideological suspicion of local democracy. Given the comments at Appendix B of the exec members' report, to do so is just taking money away from wards with the highest deprivation, loneliness, isolation, and worst health outcomes. I therefore urge all members to support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Eyre. Do I have a seconder for that?
Formally second.
Formally second. Thank you, Councillor Healy. So that has been proposed and seconded. I invite debate on the amendment. Yes, Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to say something against this amendment. Tonight, it is just 77 days since the local elections. In less than 3 months, it is extremely welcome that the Liberal Democrats have had an epiphany on some policy areas, noticeably the blue badge ban that they and the Green Party introduced, and on free school meals. It is welcome that they now appear to be supporting our plans on these vital issues for the city. As I say, appear, as their budget amendments also opposed some investment in our budget for grant capacity that will enable us to properly deliver on those pledges. And it's important to stress how important it is for us to deliver on those pledges that we made just 77 days ago in Westfield, Heworth, and yes, in Huntington and New Earswick, Rawcliffe, and across the city. So it's disappointing that despite no full council meeting having yet taken place, and despite no emergency budget having been passed, that they are already putting out leaflets across the city accusing Labour of abandoning a pledge that we're actually sitting here tonight trying to fund. And it is welcome that their budget amendment supports the reduction in the number of executive members, and I hope that wasn't too challenging a meeting for Councillor Smalley. And I welcome their agreement with us on the £10,000 of seed funding to establish a York Climate Emergency Fund. But 77 days in, and as Councillor Lomas and Councillors Douglas and Kilbane work tirelessly to address and prioritise our budget to the pledges on which we were elected in May, it is vital that they are unconstrained in doing that. And so I oppose this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Coles. Councillor Vassy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to set out what you losing the ward highways budget means for a small village in my ward. Neighbourne in my community waited 25 years for a footpath over a beck. People with pushchairs, people with wheelchairs, people with mobility problems, all had to take potluck in the road. After that 25 years, there was the Ward Highways Fund. For the first time, that small community was able to sidestep the rules that officers use, and I understand the rules, to say, I'm sorry, that community is too small. I'm sorry, it doesn't qualify. The money's better spent elsewhere. Those little pots of money are absolutely critical in small communities. So will this be delivering something for everyone? Will it make everything more accessible? Will everyone feel more valued? I'm not entirely sure that that's true. Time will tell. I hope that we don't forget that smaller communities also need looking after. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bassey. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I see we all now tend to clap everybody's speech, which is a bit of an undignified sort of thing. So I'll be the exception. I'll be the exception, but Councillor Eyre as well, unfortunately. I don't think it's a great thing. So I just wanted to comment on the amendments and to a degree the budget and just really to say that having looked at them, how uninspired my group is by both of them. This is so little, it is so light. It is a council budget of tens of millions of pounds, and this new Labour administration, now it's in power, is not going to change 1% of it. It is not even going to change 0.5% of it. It is not going to change 0.25% of it. It is going to change less than that. So let's not make it into something it's not. But equally, the Lib Dem amendment, I don't understand why the Lib Dem amendment doesn't just reverse all of it. Liberal Democrats just had a budget a few months ago. So why are they going with half of it? Is Labour leading them? Or is it, heaven forbid, something about leaflets and thinking what might look good on a leaflet and what might not look good on a leaflet? So really very uninspiring. There's good bits in both. There's bad bits in both. It's not the tangible stuff. It's a lot of consulting. It's a lot of what we might do. Hard to see that making a difference, whether it be in the amendment or in the what would loosely call the substantial budget. So in a very uninspired way, very uninspiring amendment and budget, the group will be abstaining on the amendments and also on the substantial budget.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. I haven't seen any other members trying to catch my eye, so that seems to be the case. Therefore, we can move on to a named vote on the amendments. Yes. No, this is on the amendment, and therefore we move on from the.
Yeah, it's a 3-minute.
Oh, it's a
3-minute right to reply.
Forgive me.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I appreciate that. I understand it's tricky when things are so complicated and confusing. I'd just like firstly to pay tribute to the students that we've had in our group room on work experience, and I think it's a bit mean to suggest that the things that they produce is not up to par. So you know, they've done some great work for us, those students, and I can assure Councillor Eyre that I have plenty of nous and I will use it judiciously throughout my term of office. I apologise that Councillor Bassey is upset that he can no longer sidestep rules in order to get things done, and I make no apology for saying that no, our budget amendment, and it is an amendment, Councillor Stewart, it's not a budget, you'll see that next year. Our budget amendment will not deliver something for everyone. That's not what we are about. We are about fairness and equality, and to make things fair and equal, sometimes we have to treat different people differently in order to level the playing field. That's what we are doing. That's what we're about. And you'll see that in our substantive budget next year as well. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lomas, and apologies that I didn't give you that opportunity a little sooner. I think that we can move to a named vote. Can you please conduct a named vote? We are voting on the amendment. If you are in favour of the amendment, if you are against the amendment or abstaining, we are conducting a named vote. Please, as I suggested earlier in the meeting, probably better that we don't use the microphones whilst conducting the named vote. Votes will be picked up. Councillor Ray?
Just confirmation, cast will actually pick up if we don't use the microphone, because I don't
We will
believe
be
it does.
advised if it's not.
It will, because we've got an overall mic.
I did have a little rehearsal of that beforehand, but also was promised that if it's not being picked up, I know. So if you conduct a name vote, please.
Yep. Thank you for doing this, setting the scene, Lord Mayor. So I'll just call each individual councillor's name, and then you let me know how you wish to vote. Councillor. Oh, right, okay. Yes, I will clarify what we're voting on for those that may not be clear. We are voting on the amendment to the proposed budget alterations. So the amendment in Councillor Ayre's name. Yep. Okay. So Councillor Ayre.
For.
Councillor Baxter.
Against.
Councillor Burton. B. Burton. Ben Burton.
Against.
Councillor Jane Burton.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Coles.
Against.
Councillor Crawshaw.
Against.
Councillor Douglas. Against. Councillor Fenton. Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Healy.
For.
Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Councillor Kent.
Against.
Councillor Kilbane.
Against.
Councillor Knight.
For.
Councillor Lomas.
Against.
Councillor Melly.
Against.
Councillor Merritt.
Against.
Councillor Meyer.
Against.
Councillor Nelson.
Against.
Councillor Nichols.
Abstain.
Councillor Orrell.
For.
Councillor Pavlovich.
Against.
Councillor Pearson.
For.
Councillor Villiers. Against. Councillor Rose.
Against.
Councillor Rowley.
Abstain.
Councillor Steele Warshaw. Against. Councillor Stewart.
Abstain.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Bassey.
For.
Councillor Waller.
For.
Councillor Waters.
Against.
Councillor Wardby.
For.
Councillor Webb.
Against.
Councillor Wells.
Against.
Councillor Whitcroft.
Against.
Councillor Widdowson.
For.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Lord Mayor.
For.
Wait until the votes have been counted. It's exciting, isn't it? I'm beginning to think I won't get a casting vote this evening.
Yeah. So we make it 1325-3.
That's fine, yeah. So the result is?
The result is 13 for the amendment, 25 against the amendment, and 3 abstentions, Lord Mayor.
The amendment is therefore lost. I invited debate on the original budget proposal, and I invite members to indicate. There are quite a lot of hands. Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I can't adequately describe how pleased I am to be supporting this budget amendment, but I'm going to spend 3 minutes trying. I'd like to thank all the officers who've been so helpful in preparing it, and we'll focus on the areas that are relevant to my portfolio area. We're able to announce a major uplift in funding to support those in our community who have been so disadvantaged by delays in getting their housing repairs done in a timely manner, with almost £2 million, apparently a damp squib. The priority of this administration will be on delivery. £500,000 will be used to speed up the work needed to bring empty council houses to a condition where they are ready to be re-let. This will assist those who are in temporary accommodation or on the housing waiting list, and will bring an additional 50 properties more than were originally planned, and will reduce the turnaround time from the current 79 days to around 50 days initially, and thereafter further reduced. We know that many residents who have suffered For years, under previous administrations, with damp and mould and cold expensive to heat homes, £700,000 will be invested in accelerating remedial works and creating safer, healthier places to live, with an additional £600,000 to improve properties of our most vulnerable council residents, who will be identified through a comprehensive stock condition survey of all 7,500 council houses. We'll review the heat budget to prioritise projects that improve the health and well-being of our hardest hit communities. We promised in our manifesto that we care, and we will deliver on this. The proposed changes to ward funding allocation will create a more equitable and effective system. Over the past 4 years, ward funding has often been carried over each year, suggesting that money was either not being allocated or spent effectively, nor supporting those community groups who most needed it. We will address this by allocating each ward a base budget to be spent on their ward priorities. There will then be an additional element based on the index of multiple deprivation data and other criteria such as isolation and loneliness to ensure that additional funding is reaching our most disadvantaged communities and being spent in ways which will improve the quality of life and health outcomes, one of this administration's major priorities. Finally, we will create a citywide pot of funding which will allow those organisations and groups who work across York to have to only submit one application instead of 21. This will be of huge benefit to those small organisations who will not have the resources to put in multiple applications. I'm happy to work with the other parties to help allocate these funds. Details of each ward's allocation will follow following tonight's decision, and I commend it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Copmanthorpe. Councillor Merritt.
Didn't ask to speak.
Oh, we thought he had. In that case, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In relation to the proposed budget amendment, I'd like to applaud the reinstatement of the post for a specialist catering advisor and the seed funding that is within this amendment to get our ambition for free school meals off the ground. Having spoken to hundreds, literally, of Westfield parents at school gates and in and around the ward, I know how welcome and also absolutely needed this is. As someone who works with schools outside of council things on a day-to-day basis, I also know that hungry children do not learn well. And yet families who are struggling to meet the cost of living crisis often miss the threshold for free school meals by minute amounts. This commitment to the free school meals pilot can't come soon enough in my ward. I would also like to lend my support to the revision of ward funding and the commitment to allocate some of this based on need. Every ward councillor here knows that York is a city of huge disparities, and yet the previous administration seems to think or seem to allocate funding based on the idea that every ward was the same. And these disparities are not just in terms of wealth, they are in terms of health as well. It is absolutely not acceptable that the life expectancy in my ward for women is 8 to 10 years less than in other wards in the city. And so helping children to eat, helping families to manage the cost of living crisis, all of this makes a real difference. As well as the other thing I'm really pleased to see is that the allocation of ward funding in this way is based on data. I think that it's really great to hear the sort of data that the council will be using, but also the fact that we're not just looking at one source of data. I really welcome what Councillor Pavlovic just said about taking into account loneliness and isolation as well. We all know that this is something that happens across many different wards. And finally, it's really great to see the administration finally putting more money into our council housing. So repairing damp is hugely important, improving heating and insulation, supporting families again with the cost of living crisis, and bringing back into occupation empty houses more quickly will make a real difference to many of our most vulnerable residents in the city, including in Westfield, which has 20% of the city's council housing stock and tenants. Thank you.
There's a number.
Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Since being elected 4 years ago, well, just over 4 years ago, I can genuinely say that this is the first budget that is moving in the genuine direction of helping people. Of course, there have been aspects of previous budgets that have definitely provided support for people, and I wouldn't want to take away from those positive aspects. But this budget is not a compromise. This is not a dilution of a series of ideas from different parties. This is not a budget that is based on what is in the best interests of politicians, but what is in the best interests of the people of York. This year in May, the Labour Party stood on a platform of people first politics, and the people of York in turn gave us a democratic mandate to get stuff done for those people. This is the first step on the path to proving that. Members will not be surprised that I want to focus on the positive additions this budget makes to our children's well-being. Firstly, in February this year, the outgoing Liberal Democrat and Green coalition proposed cutting the role of catering advisor for the City of York Council. This role is to look at food standards in our schools and support where possible to improve nutrition and well-being for our young people. Whilst this was a relatively modest cut, it was a damaging one, and it left the city without the ability to support our school system in this respect. I'm glad that we've been able to reverse this cut. This role is to do essential delivery on the promise of mobilising the city to deliver free school meals to our young people. This role has already provided vital in surveying the capacity of our schools and what people and organisations can contribute to supporting this mobilisation. Secondly, I'm so proud to highlight the £100,000 we're providing as an authority to seed fund this pilot project. This pilot project is to mobilise York to deliver those free school meals. We're going to start feeding the most vulnerable children in York, and that's something we should all get behind. I know that it can be easy to become cynical when it comes to what people of York can and what they cannot achieve, Councillor Eyre. And that cynicism has only grown since the beginning of the austerity era in 2010. But as politicians, it's not our job to be cynical. It's our job to fight for what is right for our most vulnerable. It is our job to say what we can do, not what we can't. So members, I would urge you to do what is right and support your residents, your families, your children who are not coping because they're hungry. Let's make it happen. Come on, guys. Thank you.
There are quite a number of councillors who indicated they wanted to speak, but I'm conscious of the time and the agenda before us. So I'm going to move to Councillor Bassey and then give opportunity for Councillor Lomas to say any final words before we move to, again, a name vote on the proposal. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to list another village in my ward, Deaton, on the west of the A19, where the only shop is half a mile away. The A19 carries more traffic than the A64 and it travels at 50 miles an hour. What the residents need there is simple, just some dropped curb so they can cross the road. People with mobility problems and they're navigating a road at 50 miles an hour. Total cost, about 8,000 quid. The Ward Highways budget would have paid for that. I hope that the current administration doesn't forget them. Thank you.
As I say, there are a number of members who wish to speak, but I'm conscious of time and our agenda still before us. Councillor Lomas, and then we'll move to a name vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't want to delay us much longer in getting to the vote. There hasn't been a great deal of debate on the budget amendment that I've submitted, so I will leave it there and thank my colleagues for their support.
Thank you, Councillor Lomas. So again, if you'll conduct a name vote, but this time, of course, on the substantive motion. Thank you.
Councillor, if you're ready, I'll call ready to give you all and then I vote on this motion. Thank you. Councillor Eyre. Yes. Councillor Baxter. For. Councillor Benford. For. Councillor Chambers. For. Councillor Clark. For. Councillor Coles. For. Councillor Crawshaw. For. Councillor Douglas. For. Councillor Benson. Against. Councillor Fisher. Against. Councillor Healy. Against. Councillor Ford. Against. Councillor Kelly. For. Councillor Kent, 4. Councillor Kilbane,
4.
Councillor Knight, again. Councillor Rose, 4. Councillor Melly, 4. Councillor Harris, 4. Councillor Myers,
4.
Councillor Nelson, 4. Councillor Nichols,
Abstain.
Councillor Orwell,
Against.
Councillor Calverley,
4.
Councillor Pearson,
Against.
Councillor Aurelius, 4. Councillor Rose,
4.
Councillor Rowley,
Abstain.
Councillor Steele Warshaw, 4. Councillor Schumann,
Abstain.
Councillor Payne,
4.
Councillor Battery,
Against.
Councillor Waller, Councillor Waters,
4.
Councillor Horsley, again. Councillor Webb,
4.
Councillor Wells, 4. Councillor Whitcroft,
4.
Councillor Wilson, against. Councillor Wilson, 4. Lord Mayor.
Against.
So again, we wait with bated breath for the.
Yep. 25, 13 and 3.
So on
Please
that,
give us the result of that.
yes, Lord Mayor, so on that vote, we have 25 for, 13 against and 3 abstentions. And therefore the motion is carried.
So the budget proposal is therefore carried. I invite members to question Councillor Lomas on her written report, and I remind members that standing orders allow 10 minutes at this point for questions to the executive member,
Standing orders have been suspended, so
which have been suspended.
in theory, as long as members wish.
Do members wish to pursue this at this point? I realise this.
Standing orders have been suspended, so that's fine. You've got 2 hands up, Chair, so that's
Okay, Councillor
Fenton's first.
Councillor Wardby first, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Why has no equality impact assessment been presented with this budget amendment? Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry.
Sorry.
Do you want me to answer?
I'm just
it,
making
Lord
sure
Mayor?
we started timing of this section.
Okay.
Councillor Lomas.
Sorry, I didn't want to jump in. Thank you, Councillor Wardby. As I'm sure many people will become used to hearing me say in the coming weeks, months and years, equality impact assessments are no longer the way that we will be looking at the human rights and equality issues relating to decisions that we make. Instead, we'll be moving to the not so new, because it's been in for about a decade, human rights and equalities analysis model. If this was a report that had come in a more traditional way, then there would of course be a human rights and equalities analysis attached to it, which would look at not only any negative impacts on equalities and human rights, but also all of the positive impacts on equalities and human rights relating to the decision before us. And would also look at mitigations against negative impacts and what we might consider doing about it, rather than just describing and quantifying the awful ways in which those sharing protected characteristics were going to be negatively impacted by decisions. So I'm really pleased that we are going to be moving forward with that, and we're going to be moving towards human rights and equalities analysis on all decision making in the council, and I thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The executive member's report refers to the delivery of major projects, and obviously one of those is Castle Gateway. Can the executive member confirm the accuracy of reported comments made by her colleague, Councillor Kilbane, that any car parking lost at Castle Car Park will not be replaced? And if those comments were not accurate, then could you give some indication of where replacement provision would be located? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fenton, for that. I don't think that I should ever be asked to explain something that somebody else might or might not have said when I don't know the veracity of whether they did or didn't say it. So I can't help on what Councillor Kilbane might or might not have said at some unspecified time in some unspecified manner or media. But on the Castle Mills project, as you very well know, having been responsible in administration for this just up until a few short weeks ago, the Castle Mills project is currently experiencing some difficulties, but we will be doing all that we can to get all of the major projects back on track, as I've outlined in my report. At this point in time, no decisions have been made about car parking relating to Castle Mills scheme.
A supplementary, Councillor Eyre.
So your final comment there was that there may well be replacement parking for Castle Car Park.
No, Councillor Eyre, I didn't. I said no decisions have been made about car parking relating to the Castle Mills scheme.
Thank you, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In the last cycle of council, my then colleague and I did a lot of work on the water funding to provide new footpaths to Stockton the Forest to enable disabled access and pushchair access to the village hall. We resurfaced a cul-de-sac, we resurfaced a snicket on the school run and made it disabled friendly so wheelchairs and motorised scooters could get through. We also funded a path through the woods, which was used worn out during COVID by people using it for exercise and provide a safe service for people to exercise to improve their mental and physical health. Could I ask the executive member, how many of these schemes did you actually visit? And indeed, did you visit any schemes outside your own ward, any water funded schemes, before deciding to take an action on water funding?
Thank you, Councillor Fisher. I think saying that I have taken an axe toward funding is slightly exaggerated. We haven't taken an axe toward funding. We've reprioritised ward funding, and I'm delighted to know about those wonderful schemes, and I'll happily accept an invitation up to your ward to visit them. I'm also delighted to say that you will still have ward funding with which you can continue to do schemes that benefit your ward and the community that you serve.
I will send you an invite.
Councillor Orrell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Last year, Huntington residents reported to us an increase in speeding traffic on our roads since the pandemic, particularly on New Lane and North Lane. We arranged site visits with officers. For New Lane, it was agreed that a pelican crossing would be installed to allow access to the path to Vanguard and the Park and Ride site, which residents are expecting in the coming months. For North Lane, officers and the police agree there is a speeding issue, and officers suggested VAS signs to be installed with ward funding. This was agreed on the expectation that because of supply issues, this would take several months to happen. We got our final ward accounts in March, showing that the VAS signs had been paid for and our ward money was fully allocated. Can the executive member find out when the VAS signs will be installed on North Lane?
Thank you, Councillor Orrell. I rather think that that is a matter for Councillor Kilbane as executive member for transport, because obviously it's a transport project that needs to be taken forward. And I just want to reassure you that despite some of the scaremongering that came out when we first talked about reprioritising ward funding, any schemes that were already paid for out of last year's allocation of ward funding will of course be honoured and delivered as long as it's possible practically to do so.
Supplementary, Lord Mayor? Yeah,
thank you, Councillor Orrell.
I think it is in your portfolio. It's a ward funding issue, but I'm delighted that you're confirming that it will be
Councillor
installed.
Orrell, if it's ward funding, then it is in fact Councillor Pavlovic's portfolio area, as he is the executive member for communities. But regardless of that, we just want to make sure it happens.
Councillor Waters.
Councillor Waters, I'll make this the last question because we're running out of time.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There seems to have been a lot of discussion about ward highways funding. Yeah, whilst the money was very welcome, some of us managed to sidestep the bureaucracy and actually get things done. But I really think if you're wanting to defend what you're doing with that, or what you're doing in this budget by reducing that funding, you ought to look at the bureaucratic cost of actually delivering any of those projects. There was a ward highway board. The bureaucracy was absolutely ridiculous. And I think if you want to defend yourselves, just go back to the cost of every pound that was spent in administration.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. I'm not sure there was a question for me there, but I appreciate your comments.
Sorry, the question would be, would you care to go back and look at the cost of the bureaucracy?
Thank you, Councillor Waters. I'll take that as we come to the conclusion of this item. Thank you, members. I'm torn at this point. I would by now be thinking that it would be good to take a break. At the same time, our next item should be fairly brief. I'd like to get that behind us before we move into the break and recommence after that. So on the basis that item 7, effective now, item 11, the public footpath, Copmanthorpe, the proposed closure of level crossing and footpath diversion, the City of York Council's objection to Network Rail's application under the provisions of the Transport and Works Act 1992. I invite Councillor Kilbane to move recommendations contained in the report at page 43 of our council papers relating to the council's objection to an application for the proposed closure of a level crossing and a footpath diversion between Copmanthorpe and Bishopthorpe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just very quickly, this was an objection that was raised by the previous administration. Network Rail have made an application for it to still go ahead. That application had to be objected to in the interregnum between the previous leader leaving office and the new leader coming in. So the objection was made by the Chief Operating Officer on our behalf in consultation with the leadership team. But that decision does need ratifying at full council. So I'm happy to move those recommendations. And just for anybody who's new to this, the reason for the objection was that it's a stepped bridge that they're proposing putting in, which the council objects to on the grounds that it's discriminatory. So happy to move the recommendations that start on page 43, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kilbane. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Lomas. I invite debate on the recommendations. If you wish to speak, please indicate. Please go ahead, Councillor Nichols.
My parish, Bishopthorpe, voted against it. The parish meeting, Copmanthorpe are also against it. And the interest, as mentioned, are disabled people, older people. I think people would find it threatening at night. It's going to be unlit. And I think knowing what youngsters can be like, there's potential it could become a target for hanging out and not necessarily behaving. I'd also like to take this opportunity to read a statement from Copmanthorpe Parish Council. In line with objections submitted by your Chief Operating Officer on the 15th of May, we firmly believe that the proposed footbridge design is not discriminatory, not only discriminatory, but also short-sighted and a bad investment of taxpayers' money. They're not opposed to the crossing being closed, but after the bridge has actually been built. Replacing it with 88-step footbridge raises crucial questions around accessibility. The proposed bridge would instantly render the crossing impassable. Those who aren't fully able-bodied, therefore marginalising a significant portion of our community. And that goes to Bishopthorpe and Copmanthorpe. Looking ahead, the short-sightedness of this decision becomes even more glaring. The adoption of this step footbridge was inadvertently throw a wrench into the future development of the Yorkfield Lane byway and the Ebor Way, hindering them from becoming an all-inclusive, all-weather walking and cycling infrastructure. Furthermore, the argument presented by the Network Rail about the value for money is, in our view, a red herring. At what point do we determine how many taxpayers and users are willing to disenfranchise before we commit to spending money on enhanced accessibility? The proposal to potentially add accessible features later is not a viable alternative. Retrofitting involving greater costs from across the construction site to equipment such as cranes does not address the issues of land acquisition. Network Rail would also not later be involved in this upgrade, and all work and costs would simply City of York Council, not acceptable. Therefore, we are here today to request that this full council endorses the objections to the proposed order as per decision made by a chief operating officer using his powers. We also request that the City Council is represented by attending public inquiry in respect of the proposed order to voice these concerns. It is our firm belief that accessibility is a right and not a privilege, and as such, it should be a key consideration. In all of our community development plans, let us not forget the values that we stand for: inclusion, equality, and the well-being of all members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was aware that Copmanthorpe Parish Council were frustrated in not being able to have a speaker in our earlier session. I think you've covered the ground for them. Thank you very much for that. I know there are a number of other councillors who were indicating they wish to speak. Councillor Villis was indicating, Councillor Stewart was indicating. I'm just wondering, being aware of time, whether there are any members who wish to speak in any way against this recommendation?
Well, no, but I do want to speak. Yes. All right, yes then. Yes.
Of course you do, Councillor Stewart. Would you be able to keep it very brief?
Of course. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, very briefly. Councillor Nichols has freed up some time by reading out the Copmanthorpe Parish Council statement, so that's great. I very much want to agree with what's been said by the Parish Council and Councillor Nichols on behalf of his ward in Bishopthorpe. Those of you who don't know Copmanthorpe, which I think is inexplicable, but if you don't know Copmanthorpe, it is a sort of triangular village bounded by the A64, the railway line, and then Manor Heath and the roads going down. And at the moment, there is a level crossing which goes across to Bishopthorpe. And it's a lovely route, 20 minutes walk through to Bishopthorpe, thereabouts, depending. It's not perfect. You know, no sort of walk is perfect. It's certainly a walk that's a lot more appealing on a sunny day than a winter day. And due to all the high-speed mainline upgrades and everything like that, Network Rail wants to close it, you know, for safety, which is understandable if the alternatives are correct. As I draw to a conclusion of my opening remarks, which is understandable if the alternative is correct. However, at the moment, the steps non-ramped footbridge, I do not believe is correct. I do not believe it's the way forward. It is, as the parish council has said, discriminatory, be it somebody who's disabled, be it somebody who has a pushchair, whatever it may be. And therefore, I think we should oppose this order until such time as we have a proper ramped bridge there, which will be truly accessible. And as also hasn't been mentioned, but we're due to have housing builds in that sort of triangle of land coming out K64. And so, you know, it's going to mean a sort of cut off, particularly for those people, if we don't get it right at the sort of outset. So as I conclude, Lord, I'll just tell one quick story, if I may, which is that I once
I must,
thank you. Yeah. I once got off a train many years ago, and more story than that. I was on a train many years ago, and it was quite busy. There were lots of people flowing out, and there was this one blind person who was notable because they were just stood there, and everybody was rushing around them. And I thought they looked, you know, just patiently waiting. But I went over instinctively, and I said to them, "Were they all right? Could I help at all?" And they said, "No, it's fine." But they were absolutely 100% sure that I wasn't some member of the public asking if I could help. They were 100% sure that I was the person from Virgin or LNER or wherever it had been sent. You know, that it was me turning up paid. And I thought it was such a great shame. This person was there looking, you know, on the face of it, helpless as everyone rushed past. And it was only the railway company that would look after it. In this case, Lord Mayor, I think it's the reverse. I think everybody else gets the point about disabled access, except for Network Rail. And that's why we need to support this officer recommendation on A and oppose the order. Thank you very much for your time, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. As the member for Copmanthorpe, I wanted to give you the opportunity of speaking, but as I say, apologies to other members who wanted to express a view. I doubt there will be contrary views. Councillor Cobain, do you want to respond before we go to a vote, please?
I just have a short, no. Thanks, Lord Mayor.
You don't tell us a story. Can we move to a vote, please? We're not going to take a name vote on this, just a show of hands. Those in favour, please indicate. I think that's unanimous. Unanimous. Just to be sure, those against? Any abstentions? There we go. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We adjourn for 15 minutes. So thank you. We reached the report of the executive leader and questions. Councillor Douglas will present her written report. You'll find this on page 25 of the council papers. Standing orders, and I think standing orders apply here.
They do indeed.
Allow 5 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for response from other group leaders. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to welcome you all to our first full council of 2023-27 municipal cycle. Returning councillors, new councillors, council officers and residents alike. A new majority administration with a mandate to deliver for the people of York. It's an honour to be in this position and one that won't be wasted. We've made good progress on actions for delivering on our commitments and pledges to the city, and we'll be bringing decisions to executive over the coming months to set up a funding vehicle for raising the money to deliver our free school meals pledge in primary schools, give blue badge holders access to their city centre again, and reprofile the housing delivery programme to deliver 100% affordable housing on council-owned land. As I've mentioned before, we welcome a cross-party approach to our work and delivering for the city. And if any colleagues across the chamber want to get on board, we welcome it. Otherwise, get ready to stand by and watch. Our city is a fantastic place to live, work, study and do business for so many, but needs to be a great deal better for others. Working together is the only way we can make lasting change. It's been a busy few months and I'm honoured to have been invited to attend so many events and introductions to people, businesses and organisations across our city. There's an awful lot going on across York, much very positive, and the city is welcoming a new, open, visible and outward-looking leadership style from the leader of the council. Devolution continues apace for us all. I've met a number of times now the leadership of North Yorkshire Council to make sure the working relationship that will be important for the best outcome for our region during this process is in place. We expect the order approving and actioning the creation of the combined authority to be approved in Westminster in September. The combined authority created in November and the new mayor will be elected in May 2024. There's great opportunity for business, housing and infrastructure investment in York and North Yorkshire stemming from this process, but it has to be done well. Local accountability and oversight will be important so our residents feel connected to decision making and can see the benefit of the mayoral combined authority. I'd like to thank our officers for all their hard work on preparing for the new combined authority. They really have gone above and beyond. I attended the York Central Strategic Board for the first time yesterday, presenting my vision for a development that brings tangible benefits to our residents with improved levels of affordable housing, green space and reduced environmental impacts, alongside attracting employers committed to investing in the people of York. Good quality jobs, paying at a very minimum living wage foundation pay rates and offering good terms and conditions. Approval has recently been given by the government for the devolution deal funding associated with the site, giving York the ability to retain the business rates from the commercial space for longer. The competitive selection process for the master developer is progressing, and it's hoped the decision will be made public in early to mid-October, when conversations around a vision that delivers for the people of York will pick up pace. This week has also seen me attend both the Royal Gun Salute at Museum Gardens and Infal Barracks in my role as the Council's Armed Forces Champion and the York Poverty Truth Commission as a Civic Commissioner. The Poverty Truth Commission is a hugely important opportunity for us as a council to work together to understand the barriers and challenges that the community commissioners experience and make changes in our organisation that can benefit people living in poverty in our city.
30 seconds.
I will be working with them over the coming months and hope to bring suggestions back to you in early 2024 of the potential changes we can make to our processes and procedures. There is an awful lot to be positive about for our city and our residents. We are fortunate to have such opportunity at a time when so many are struggling to make ends meet. We now need to make sure we seize these opportunities and make sure they deliver for everyone in York, a healthy, affordable, enterprising and family-friendly city, a city we can all be proud of.
Can I just ask whether there are group leaders who wish to take advantage of their 5 minutes? Councillor Eyre and Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to start by welcoming all the new councillors. Congratulations on your election, as well as congratulating those who have been successfully re-elected. In 2007, I was the newest councillor on the block, and as I enter my 17th year, very few that were there then are still here now. There are a few remaining, and a few who have gone and returned. Congratulations also to Councillor Douglas on her election as leader of the council and first female leader. The latter is something that is welcome and long overdue, but we still have a significant way to go to ensure our elected members are truly representative of our communities. There are a number of structural barriers in place that we need to tackle, but we shouldn't shy away from taking responsibilities ourselves. The way we act and the way we conduct ourselves are a key component in fostering an atmosphere that is welcoming to all. While I have mentioned the positive firsts in the leaders' report, there are a number of negative ones we cannot ignore. Councillor Douglas will be the first and I suspect only leader elected as such at an unlawful meeting. Following on from that trend of democratic deficit, we now have the first unlawfully moved budget amendment in the history of the authority. It would seem the plan at the moment seems to be to rack up the potential costs of any judicial reviews until people simply can't afford to challenge the repeated governance failures. She's more bizarrely the first council leader to hide her executive behind her entire council group and ask opposition leaders and members to speak to a wall. More significantly, she's also perhaps the first council leader to abandon half of her manifesto pledges inside the first 100 days. I did ask Councillor Pavlovic at the election count which of the pledges would be first to be abandoned, and I admit I got the sweepstake wrong. I had my money firmly on him. Today we see one of the two key pledges in all Labour's election material jettisoned. There will be no universal free school meals for all primary schools. Instead, there will be a pilot that covers less than 2% of primary school pupils, a policy that is not wholly targeted, as this administration claimed their policies would be, but one that will see those that can most afford to pay gain at the cost of those who least afford to. Children in some of our most deprived areas will receive no support whatsoever. We were told in the Guildhall proudly by Councillor Kilbane only a few months ago that the funding for this promise was already in place, that a third party had already agreed to provide all the money required. In reality, the public have been hoodwinked like so many Labour promises. Keir Starmer has dropped this national pledge and with it disappeared the credibility of this administration. In the same way, they hoodwinked the public with leaflets saying a vote for Labour on the 4th of May would lead to a council tax freeze. Similarly, we see no progress on changes to blue badge access to the city centre. Councillor Douglas sat with me at the Coney Street hustings and told everyone present she had spoken to officers and solutions were already in place. She's now talking about number plate recognition, a solution that was discarded as not appropriate some time ago. If, as she stated repeatedly, the potential risk to the city centre is no greater than choosing to cross the road, why has she not immediately consulted on revoking the TRO? Either she was unaware of the complexity of the issue or she deliberately misled the electorate. Either is highly irresponsible. And finally, neighbourhood caretakers. 5 short months ago, ready to be recruited. Now a £5,000 footnote in an ill-thought-out budget amendment. No doubt in the coming months, we will see the pledge for 100% affordable houses on all council land abandoned. The council leader has talked at length in today's agenda and council papers and to anyone who will listen about the mandate they have from the electorate. I would offer a cautionary note. Less than 25% of the residents of York supported their pledges. Just over a third of people who voted supported them. Considerably less than that support the policies that have been presented to date. The last Labour administration made the mistake of taking electoral victory as free rein. At least one of your current group remembers firsthand how that ended. The leader promises to engage and bring the community with them. The evidence of the first few months is quite the opposite.
Thank you, Councillor Eyre. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I won't take long and I'll probably be a bit more positive than Councillor Eyre, everyone be pleased to know. So I just wanted to welcome Councillor Douglas as new council leader. I have every hope you'll do a great job. I think the first woman leader is something significant. Fundamentally, I believe women are more sensible than men. And, you know, simple reality on average, you know, I won't dig myself any deeper into a hole than that, but I think, you know, and I hope that'll prove to be the case. I've seen two Labour leaders in James Alexander and Dafford Williams, one of whom, the latter, was sensible and good to work with. The other one wasn't. So hopefully that can continue. As an administration, you've obviously got some big challenges. It does look like the free school meals is not going to be quite as promised. Wait to see on that. There does seem to be a bit of rolling back on that potentially, but we'll wait to see. We'll work wherever possible with you on the blue badge ban. Obviously, we're very keen to see that reversed. It was an outrageous policy by the Lib Dems and Greens. And the bollards in Acomb, an utterly ludicrous policy. Imposition, it looks absolutely appalling. I have no idea why that was done, and it's one of those things where, you know, people say there's no money at the council, and you say, well, this amount of money has been wasted on this absolutely ridiculous thing. Climate change is another thing where, you know, we will work positively wherever possible. A few years ago, when I was a councillor in a former life, there was a motion on calling a climate emergency, and the Conservative group all supported it, all voted in favour of it. And one of the things I really liked was certain people on, shall we say, the traditional left of politics, on the Green side, were really pleased that we had. You know, I'm really pleased that we're genuinely backing it. We very much do back that and what's needed. And I do think it's a great shame on the motions that you've got the Labour motion, which I would broadly sum up as the Lib Dems didn't do enough on Green and we need to do more, and the Lib Dems saying, oh no, we did, and to straight away be into that bickering on the very, very first meeting, I think is a shame. We've all got to look at what we can do. I think major projects, this term we all now seem to use, is really key. I know it's in Councillor Levin's report, but obviously in Councillor Douglas' report we have about York Central. As a council, we've not been good on major projects, let's be honest. Millions overspent on the Guildhall, and a Guildhall now will can't even use the chamber. Our own Guildhall, massive budget, and we can't even go in there. Okay, probably deliberate by somebody, but and then we've got the Castle Gateway, millions on that wasted. The community stadium, an appalling waste of money over many years that it's taken. So York Central, I think, was a big one where I'd really, you know, my group's had concerns about how we haven't potentially adapted that as a council as times have changed post-pandemic. One thing I just thought I would just sort of putting on the record a bit, Councillor support, she talked about Armed Forces Week, and obviously this week Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has made an apology for the way that gay people in the army were treated, and obviously just over 20 years ago they were finally allowed to serve in the army, and just for how recent that is and how awful it was that for, well, I guess forever before that, gay people were not allowed to serve in the armed forces, and how many hundreds or how many thousands of people in York must have been, you know, must have suffered in various ways because of that, when they're literally putting themselves in a position to give the greatest sacrifice. So it's just literally put it on the sort of record is worth it. And then just finally, to deviate because I've got to support to Councillor Kilbane's report, if I may, rather than speaking into that. Councillor Kilbane obviously rightly addresses the parts of the legal deputy leader report. They should speak as one. And it's great that report's going to go, with all due respect to Councillor Kilbane. I think unfortunately it could have gone one earlier. We should have the report tonight, but we'll take it where we are.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your brevity. Councillor Douglas, do you wish to respond? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I'd like to thank both Councillor Eyre and Councillor Stewart for their welcome for all of us, and for me as leader of the council as well. I totally agree with Councillor Eyre that structural barriers do still exist. I think the Labour group hasn't done too badly in the sense of women and people from other backgrounds, but we certainly need to sort out our BAME representation, don't we, across the chamber, because we simply do not reflect the fact that there are 14% people from either non-white or non-white immigrant backgrounds in York. And that really is an area that all of us need to focus on. And I would say the other groups need to look at your representation of women members as well. I really struggle and am offended at the way that Councillor Eyre is making up absolute rubbish about our commitments to our pledges. I could not, and neither could any of my councillors, be more committed to delivering for the city. We went out there with what we understood the city needed by all the conversations that we'd had over 2 years with the city, with organisations, with residents, and came back with 6 pledges, and we will deliver on them. The mandate that we have is that there are 24 Labour councillors sat in here at the moment, and there are only 13 Liberal Democrats that have turned up tonight. 12. So let's just think about that. Councillor Stewart, I can be far more positive with you. Thank you very much for your support. We are really looking forward to working, as I said, across the chamber, and particularly with your group. But please, everybody, if you want to get involved in some of these fantastic initiatives that we're trying to improve the life of people in York with, then please do get involved. Blue badge ban, we're on with it. Council processes must be followed. You know that as an administration, an ex-administration, they must be followed, and we are doing that. Major projects, York Central, we absolutely must deliver for the city on that. Councillor Stewart, it's so important. That is a huge opportunity for us, isn't it? But it is a massive and very long-term project. We need to make sure we get it right. And I have to say, on the being visible and out there and delivering for the city, I've actually been told that there was no political leadership on this before I turned up.
Yeah.
From partners, organisations across the city, no political leadership on York Central. The partners have been glad to be able to speak to me, and that they've got a direct line to me with somebody that has a vision for what York Central needs to deliver on. So I'm all open to everybody that wants to work with us. Yep. Please get on board, otherwise stand by and watch. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, members. Council procedure rules allow 10 minutes now for members to ask questions. The leader, please indicate. I won't necessarily take you in order. Councillor Whitcroft first. Okay. Councillor Whitcroft first.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Can the leader explain why the 4 key themes for this administration have been chosen, which are, of course, affordability, health and well-being, equalities and human rights, and the environment?
Thank you, Councillor Whitcroft. Yeah, it's been a long process looking at what our city needs. We've been out there, as I've said to Councillor Eyre, for 2 years, Councillor Cobain and I and other colleagues as well, talking to the city, organisations across the board, from business, education, health, you name it. We're also speaking to hundreds of residents, all of my colleagues here knocking on doors for months before the election. And I think that might be why we won as well, to be honest. So, you know, we really took what the city was telling us. We know that there are health inequalities, disparities in longevity and life expectancy between our wards, and Councillor Nelson also highlighted that earlier. And really, it's bringing it all together, looking at what the city needs. We've identified affordability, housing costs, really difficult for most of our residents, health inequalities, equalities, that's taking on board the messages that the disabled community have told us also. And then finally, what am I doing? I always forget the phone. Environment, sorry everybody, and environment as well, so hugely important. And all of these 4 priorities feed through everything that we will be doing and every decision that we'll make through the council as well. So I'm looking forward to getting on with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waters. You can have a supplementary, Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was wondering, in the new era of working more positively, what Councillor Douglas thinks about planted questions. Are they a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, they're rather helpful for me to allow me to expand on what I've already said, Councillor Stewart. So I think the right balance is not a bad thing.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just direct question on your report, and that's the paragraph on the local plan. You state that the city so desperately needs this local plan. How confident are you with the questions raised by the inspector that were answered with the last submissions on the gypsy and traveller policies? How confident are you that what the council submitted will answer the queries raised by the inspectors to allow them to basically sign off the local plan? And then the final part, the two-pronged question is, can you confirm that your administration has already started working with officers to review the HMO supplementary planning document, a matter that the previous administration deliberately frustrated for well over a year?
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Yeah, the local plan is hugely important. Another aspect of hugely important work in the city, isn't it? We absolutely have to get that in place. At the moment, it's the potential for a developer free-for-all if we don't have that. And so we really are very keen to get that in place as soon as possible. On the gypsy and travellers aspect, officers assure me that what they've submitted to the inspectors has been relatively well received. I have no doubt that over time there will be more work to do on this. We've been speaking to the Gypsy Traveller Trust about this. It is a problem area as far as we're concerned, but we can find a solution. But this is going to be a thorny issue that all of us need to work together on as well, I would say. On the HMO, SBD, yes, we've actually started that. It's in the very early stages. So Councillor Pavlovic is working with officers on that, and I'm sure he'd be happy to update you. Thanks very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the leader explain what steps she's taking to ensure that York is well positioned to benefit from devolution both now and once the mayor and combined authority launches next May?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Yeah, devolution, another really important aspect, and something that I'm sure that all of you are really interested to hear how it's progressing. I have been attending meetings with officers involved in this. As we all know, it's a huge amount of work, and I would like to say that the officers are doing this on top of delivering for our local authority as well. It is in addition to their day job, and I'm really mindful of how many hours they're having to put into it. Because it's been pretty technical so far, there hasn't been much political input into it. And so what I'm trying to do at the moment is to shift it from a technical role into something that is shaped by us as local politicians. So I've asked that we add this to the scrutiny role within the council to make sure that you have the opportunity to have your feedback on governance structures so that we can say how we would like to be involved in the future, because we will all be, or most of us will, but at some point be sat on scrutiny committees as part of the combined authority. I think it's really important that we get this right. It's something that we haven't really had to think about between us, because York, as far as local government reorganisation, was left alone, but North Yorkshire absolutely have, is that layers of that local democracy have been taken out, and some residents now feel that they're really distant from decision making. If you live in Selby and decision making is taking place in North Allerton, then this is a really big distance, isn't it? It's a huge geographical area. So I'm really keen that we do the best that we can. We need to work in partnership. There's great opportunity there. At North Yorkshire, our priorities align, even though we have a different geographical setup. They're very concerned about transport, their public transport system, and also providing enough affordable housing for their communities. So there are definite ways that we can all work together, and I really love your inputs on it. So thanks for the question.
Thank you. Councillor Widdowson.
Fairly simple question. What specific progress has been made on reversing the city centre access restrictions that hadn't been considered prior to May 23?
I suppose what's different, and again, something else I've learned, you come into leadership, into administration, and where the last administration left off, the new one picks up. So the difference is that I have had to consider, and I said this right the way through the election, that there is a compromise position to be found. So it's not necessarily that options weren't considered, but a decision was made to not allow any access into the city centre. And at the moment, we're looking at the advice that we get from the security services. We're looking at methods of being able to allow people with blue badges to get access into the city. And I am going to make a compromise situation. It won't keep everybody happy all the time, but it will allow people to get back into the city centre who have had no access for 3 years. So different solutions, not necessarily, but it's about making it work and having the political will to do it. So that's what we're on with.
Thank you. Councillor Rowley and then Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just in your capacity as the Armed Forces Advocate, first I want to thank you for appointing me as your de facto deputy, as the only now surviving ex-veteran of the forces. And on that note, can I just ask the council leader that she will do everything that she can to ensure that York supports those gay and lesbian ex-service members who were unfortunately removed from service and could be living in York. Can we please ensure that we do everything we can that those individuals are given every opportunity to seek the compensation that they so rightly deserve?
Thank you, Councillor Rowley. And I think it's a good example already, isn't it, of cross-party work when Councillor Rowley sits in alongside me as the Armed Forces Advocate. And we've been to events together already. So that has been really great. And I really value your past experience in introducing me to the community. And we will do everything that we can to make sure those people who served in the armed forces who have had that discrimination that you've just described, Councillor Rowley, to get the compensation that they deserve. And in fact, anybody else that's served who has suffered discrimination as well. We are a gold holder as far as the Armed Forces Covenant goes, and that means that we take our commitment to the armed forces and their services personnel really seriously. And yeah, I'm absolutely committed to that. So looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
You've reached the 10-minute mark at this point. So I'm going to draw the line there. Otherwise, we'll never get through the business. Thank you very much. We move on. Yeah, inviting Councillor Douglas to move on block the recommendations of the Executive to Council from the executive meetings held on 15th of June, 13th of July, as contained in the minutes at pages 31 to 32 of the Council agenda and pages 1 to 2 of Agenda Supplement 1.
Formally moved, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
May I have a seconder for that recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Lomas. I now invite debate on any of the recommendations. Again, please indicate if you wish to speak. No one. Councillor Douglas, do you wish to reply?
I think we can move on. Move to the vote.
So I'll take a vote on each of the recommendations. The first vote is on the recommendation in minute 11, which relates to the capital programme outturn and revisions to the capital programme. This will be by show of hands, and all those wishing to vote for the recommendation, please show your hands now. I think that's unanimous.
Yeah.
Just to be sure, anyone against? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. That was unanimous. Yeah. I'll now take a vote on the recommendations in minute 20, which relate to the anti-racism and inclusion strategy and Action Plan. Again, all those wishing to vote for the recommendations, please raise your hands now. I imagine that's unanimous. Just to be sure again, I'll invite, thank you, please hands down. Again, to be sure, any votes to the contrary or abstentions? No, that was unanimous. Thank you. So, item 9, although now, what was item 7? The report of the Deputy Leader. I invite Councillor Kilbane to formally move his written report. You'll find this at page 33 in the council papers. Councillor Kilbane.
Happy to formally move, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, and I invite members to question the Deputy Leader on his report. Again, our rules allow 10 minutes for this section. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The report notes that York is now ruled by one political party, and that party supports banning all non-essential traffic from within the city walls. Would the executive member consider car journeys to the Coppergate car park by those not holding a blue badge as unnecessary?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Pearson. We're going to break with tradition, not just in for returning members. I'm really sorry not to regale you with a riveting Deputy Leader's speech to this report, but also essentially I'm trying to move through this section as quickly as we can to get onto the main business of the council. So to very quickly answer your question, and any others who are thinking of asking similar questions, we are also breaking with the tradition of the previous administration in that we're not going to make ad hoc interventions in the transport system, which also means I'm not going to stand here and make up transport policy ad hoc in a council meeting. The local transport plan will be coming forward for consultation this year. It will address all of those issues because what it needs to do is we have terrible congestion problems in York, and what we need to do is we need to free up the roads for those who need to use them, and that's what the local transport plan will do.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Supplementary?
Oh, yes, can I have a supplementary, Councillor? Sorry, I didn't.
As you would say endlessly, Councillor Cabay, that wasn't the question that was asked. The question was asked was not about transport policy. It was a simple question of your opinion about whether car journeys for non-blue badge holders to Coppergate car park are unnecessary.
I think the question of what is a necessary and what is an unnecessary journey is one that will be answered through the local transport plan process. And it's not for me to stand here in an ad hoc manner, making things up as we go along, because I think we've had 8 years of that, and I think the city's had enough of it. So we will do things in a planned way, and determining what is necessary and what is unnecessary will be a key part of that process, and we look forward to your input into that.
Councillor Waters and Councillor Willison.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I noticed the Deputy Leaders referred to removing the Deputy Leaders report. Would the new administration be amenable to looking at the whole process of full council and either reducing or completely doing away with the motion side of things and using the time for more business-like business, for want of a better word?
Thank you, Councillor Waters. As I think we have seen ably demonstrated tonight, or sadly demonstrated tonight, we do need to look at the Constitution and the rules around how we run our council business. I think we can use this time far more effectively, but if we are to review the Constitution so that we can change the way that we do business within the council, we will do so openly, transparently, with all of councillors involved, as well as residents and all stakeholders throughout the city, and not do it in blocks of, what was it, about 300 pages at a time last time when we did it, which was an incomprehensible process, I think, to everybody. So we are keen to make sure that this council operates efficiently and that we follow due process and that we are as open and transparent and honest as we can possibly be. I think that the residents need to have a say in how that happens.
Thank you, Councillor Willison, and then Councillor Stewart. Oh, you don't want to speak now?
It's following on from the question to the leader. Your report states that you had a meeting with the Reverse the Ban organisation. During the election, Councillor Douglas repeatedly stated that allowing access to the foot streets for blue badge holders was an issue of managing risk and no different to making a decision to cross the road. Does the executive member stand by that statement?
Thank you, Councillor Widdowson. Yes.
Okay, supplementary. Do you believe the public were misled by the council lead regarding the simplicity of blue badge access? And will you apologise for making misleading statements about the level of the terrorist risk?
Do you want to have a guess at what I'm going to say?
Could be tricky. Could be tricky.
No, there's been no misleading. The level of threat that you were briefed on, that we're briefed on, will be largely the same. It will change, of course, according to the current threats. You know, the level of danger changes throughout time. However, the risk assessment remains the same, and we've never believed that blue badge holders are a terrorist threat, and we still don't believe that blue badge holders are a terrorist threat. So we have always said that we think you can safely allow access for blue badge holders into the city centre. There comes a point where you have to make, as a politician that's prepared to take difficult decisions and not hide behind others and not go to the default easiest position for yourself, that you have to weigh things up and make a decision based upon all of the evidence that's in front of you. You also have to balance fundamental human rights, like the fundamental human right to be able to access the goods and services of your city. And you have to make sure that that takes the appropriate weight. We don't have rights trumping rights. We have very clear rights that need to be upheld. And that's what this administration will do, because we've got the courage to do it.
I think there is a personal statement or a question, but Councillor Kilbane is well aware that no Liberal Democrat has ever said blue badge holders are a terrorist threat. So why does he keep saying that in public when he knows it's not true?
I don't think I keep on saying that the Liberal Democrats think that blue badge holders are a terrorist threat in public. In fact, I don't think I've said the Liberal Democrats think blue badge holders are a terrorist threat more than twice in one sentence until just then. If you look at it as a blue badge holder, for the past 3 years, you've been barred from the city centre, while all manner of vehicles on a random basis have been allowed access to the city centre because they weren't considered to be a threat, whereas you, using your car to gain access to essential goods and services, as is your human right, were excluded from the city centre. And you, Councillor Eyre, and your administration allowed that disgraceful situation to continue. We have people in this city who have not been into the city centre for 3 years because of the decisions that your administration made, while they were looking at photos being posted of all manner of vehicles accessing the city centre during Foot Street hours, which I know is not something that you will dispute. So while I don't think we have frequently said that the Liberal Democrats think that blue badge holders are a terrorist threat, that is clearly the implication from your actions, and people aren't daft. They look at what you did and they knew how that reflected upon them and they voted accordingly.
I've not seen any other members indicate, so I'm happy that we draw a line at this point and we're able then to move on to item 10, which was item 8, namely motions on notice. To consider the 4 motions on notice submitted under Standing Order B13, including the list of notices of motions and amendments contained in the agenda supplement. The first motion relates to safeguarding York's future, and I invite Councillor Villiers to move that motion. You've got up to 5 minutes to do so, Councillor Villiers.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Last week, the world experienced its hottest week on record. This week hasn't brought any respite. The southern US continues to swelter under a heat dome. Southern Europe, North Africa, the Middle East and Asia are suffering heat wave conditions, with temperatures yesterday hitting the upper 40s in southern Italy. And the surface waters of the North Atlantic Ocean are the hottest on record, some 5 degrees hotter than normal around the UK. People are dying, Roads and railways are buckling, and crops are failing. There's a reasonable chance that our planet will temporarily hit 1.5 degrees of warming for the first time ever this year. The last time Earth was this warm was around 120,000 years ago. Let that sink in for a moment. Over the course of just 200 years, our activities have warmed the planet 20 times faster than any natural climate change. And the havoc we have wreaked on our planet has also triggered the 6th global mass extinction event, with plants and animals disappearing hundreds of times faster than the average background rate. We're heading into very dangerous territory. Some of you might be sitting here thinking that I'm exaggerating, that the problem is not as bad as I've made out, and in any case, science, technology, and human ingenuity will dig us out of any hole. I dearly wish that were the case, but the changes we are now feeling, which are happening even faster than anyone predicted, point towards a planet in crisis. Right now, we're on track for more than 2 degrees of warming by the end of this century. In York, we can expect 40 degrees C heat waves to become the norm, and a roller coaster of extreme weather, including droughts, storms, and flooding throughout the year. But we don't have to accept this fate. If we act fast, we can avoid the worst impacts of climate change. Back in 2009, this city committed itself to become carbon neutral by 2030. That was 4 years, 3 months, and 29 days ago. Since then, we've made some small steps towards reducing our greenhouse emissions, but the pace has been nowhere near fast enough. We've used up 40% of our time since we declared a climate emergency. And from today, we've got 2,357 days left to get to net zero. 6 years, 5 months, and 12 days. We need to act with urgency. This motion raises the level of our ambition and demonstrates the Labour administration's commitment to tackling the climate emergency and addressing the biodiversity crisis. We believe that the climate emergency needs to be at the forefront of everyone's minds when councillors are making decisions on behalf of the city. And that's why we've already added climate to the list of impacts that need to be considered in council decision papers, and why we're proposing that every full council and executive decision session starts by reminding members how many days we've got left to reach net zero. We recognise that we can't solve climate and biodiversity crisis on our own, and that's why we're asking our local MPs to sign and support the Climate and Ecology Bill. But we also believe that opportunities were missed by the previous administration, and there's a lot that we can do here in York. Our climate change strategy lays out the path we need to follow, but it lacks milestones to chart our progress. We believe that intermediate carbon targets are necessary to keep us on course and ensure we don't leave all the hard work until the last minute. Decarbonising the way we move around our city is a big priority for this administration, and we'll have the first step on that journey, the draft local transport plan, ready for public consultation in the autumn. Meanwhile, we've also blown the dust off York's fantastic pollinator strategy, and we're looking at ways of getting York buzzing as was intended. There's much hard work ahead and many actions that need to be taken, and this motion acts as our starting point. The challenge is immense, and we can't do this alone. Everyone within City of York Council, councillors and officers alike, need to pull together, regardless of our politics or beliefs, and we need to implore every organisation and every citizen in this city to get involved too. Together we can do this, and better still, our actions will also bring many other improvements to our lives.
30 seconds.
We'll have quieter streets, cleaner air, greater mobility, thriving economy, and more comfortable homes. We owe this to ourselves and to future generations. We need to be bold and visionary. We need to show political courage and leadership. Now is the time to act and create a city that future generations will thank us for.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for this motion? Thank you very much. Notice has been received of an amendment to the motion, Councillor Widdowson. This is included in supplementary papers. I invite you to move the amendments.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Haven't been seconded, Lord Mayor.
Has been seconded.
It was seconded, rather quietly, but it was seconded.
It was. I'm pleased to propose this amendment to Councillor Revilius's motion. I would like to begin by saying that the Liberal Democrat Group welcomes this motion, and you will see that we do not seek to amend any of the resolutions. We propose to add some content to this section, up to the section of the motion, to highlight what we believe are some key pieces of work that would ask the executive to commit to progressing. These are continuing the previous administration's tree planting programme, at the heart of which is the award-winning community woodland. Working with developers to explore ways to deliver a 30% net gain in biodiversity on new developments. Working with the Environment Agency to deliver improved flood defences. And introducing a code of practice for council-owned verges. I would hope that these additional commitments would be relatively uncontroversial and would ask members to support them. The proposed amendments in the council notes and council believes sections of the motion simply seek to address what I believe is a misrepresentation of the achievements of the previous administrations. It is a fact that it was a Liberal Democrat administration in 2008 which adopted the city's first carbon management strategy and implementation plan. It is a fact that the Liberal Democrat Green administration led the work with partners across the city to develop and adopt a 10-year climate strategy, a city fit for the future, together with the extensive action plan with over 160 actions, more than 60 of which are already in play. It's a fact that the Liberal Democrat Green administration started cross-party work to review and refresh the city's 2011-2031 local transport plan in the context of an improved understanding of the impact of transport. And it's a fact that York is amongst only 120 cities globally to be awarded an A rating for climate action leadership by the Carbon Disclosure Project, the preeminent global body for this work. The motion notes that there is much work to do, and I agree with that. That's why the amendment highlights the importance of tracking the impact of our actions so that we can take corrective actions if needed. This should be considered against the graphs on page 22 of the climate strategy, which details where the city should be to deliver its net zero ambition. Safeguarding York's future is the responsibility of us all. It doesn't belong to any one political party or any one group within the city.
30 seconds.
Working collaboratively and in good faith will be critical to our chances of success. And so it's disappointing to see the new administration's first task is to seek to rubbish the work that the previous administration did. But regardless of the brickbats that are thrown at us, the Liberal Democrat Group is committed to continuing to champion the need for practical and achievable climate action. I would ask members to support our amendments.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for this? Councillor Wardby?
Formally seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I invite members to debate this. Councillor Merritt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I hear what Councillor Widdowson said, but at the end of the day, the amendments in the early part of the motion are really quite unacceptable. You had almost a third of the 10.5 years from 2019 to the 2030 net zero target to make serious progress. You actually spent virtually the whole of the term just to get to a strategy which a lot of the targets that were in the draft were stripped out of. If you look at local transport plan, local transport plan 3, which has a long-term strategy and a 5-year action plan, that 5 years expired in 2016. You had 2 terms of office in power where you could have actually updated that local transport plan and tackled some of the issues involved. We absolutely need to, as Kate has so ably outlined, change the whole pace and attitude that we have. It is essential that this motion is passed as it is, because it clearly writes the line in the sand that says we are going to do this differently. We are really going to take this seriously. We are going to move fast, not at a snail's pace. You quote some of the things that you've done. Well, a lot of those things were extremely important for the city. The flood defence is vital for protecting our local residents against flood risk. But the reality is the building of those defences comes with an enormous embodied carbon price. the techniques for reducing the carbon content are still being developed nationally, but as I say, it's a small contribution. The same with the electric buses. Yes, they're extremely important for dealing with the pollution in the hotspots in the city centre, because lots of buses go through particular roads that cause those hotspots. But in terms of the contribution to reducing the overall transport carbon emissions in this city, they're relatively small. I don't want to, they're important things to have done, but they are tiny against the task that we face, and we are going to do it differently. So I'll leave my comments there. Please reject this amendment and stick to the original motion, which sets the right bar for the future.
Councillor Bassey, then I'll come to Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. On this effort, on this motion and issue, I am bored to death with party politics. It's like watching people having fisticuffs over who gets to the bar first on the Titanic. Did the previous administration do enough? No, it didn't, but no one will. You won't unless we work together. I'm really pleased to hear Kate Ravilius's speech there. I think there's good heart. I think that together, I mean, the speech we've heard from the Conservatives, I think if we work together, we can achieve. Cities that succeed on this are the ones that set politics aside. And that's what I said throughout the last administration, and it's what I say now. The challenge is, how do we pool that energy? How do we pool those skills? How do we make the big calls with the new local transport plan, with PDs for our local plan, etc.? I very much support intermediate carbon reduction targets. They will focus minds as they focus minds in leading cities. But the purpose of my speech is not that. I'm here to speak on the code of practice. The council manages hundreds of miles of verge. 80 years ago, local farmers would be paid to cut the verges. They removed the cut grass to feed their animals. This kept the richness of the soil under control and ensured a sea of wildflowers, providing food for pollinators and habitat for birds and mammals. Local authorities no longer pay landowners to cut verges, but they continue to do it out of a sense of service or to keep things tidy. But no one removes the arisings anymore. They're left where they fall, they enrich the soil. The result is a monoculture of tall grass. The more they cut, the taller the grass grows. The wildflowers are squeezed out. The world has changed. We have a biodiversity crisis, we all know it. Verges are now potential wildlife corridors, providing food and habitat for pollinators and other animals. To protect this asset, to prevent conflict between council and landowners, to bring clarity as to how we can all work together effectively, we need a code of conduct. We need it widely distributed, setting out where verges can be managed, who's allowed to do what and where, what's to be done with the arisings. In 2021, we created a wildflower verge in Wales.
30 seconds.
7,000 square metres. The first year we struggled. While some farmers embraced the initiatives, others kept on flailing to the point where we had to call the police in. In the end, in spite of the fact that it was declared a wildflower meadow, in the end, we know that other councillors have faced similar problems. We need a code of conduct, a code of practice rather, that will establish how we manage verges for the future for the whole city. I know that Councillor Ravilius and Councillor Kent are of good heart. Please accept this, even if not in the amendment. Let's go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Following on slightly from that, I'm a little confused with this amendment. The last bullet point in the third paragraph states that the executive produces a code of practice to inform landowners, residents and farmers about what can and cannot be done with the council managed verges across the city. All very sensible. But that was suggested to the last administration when the pollinator policy first came in 4 years ago. So the direct question to the last administration is, why wasn't the code of practice produced? Was it purely resistance from the officers who didn't want to do it? Or was there no direction from the executive member?
I've not noticed any other hands, any other members. So Councillor Villiers, if you want to respond, please do.
So I'm really heartened by the spirit of wanting to work together, and I want to build on that. I'd like to start by recognising all the good work that the previous administration did do to tackle the climate emergency and care for the environment, from those 85,000 trees that were planted in the community woodland to producing the climate change strategy and to instigating the UK's largest passive house programme. Positive steps were taken over the last 4 years. I'd also like to reassure all councillors that the current administration is committed to continuing that tree planting, to raising the ambition on biodiversity net gain well beyond the statutory 10%, to delivering the flood defences that York needs to adapt and develop resilience to climate change. And we're already working on a code of practice for managing those council-owned verges. And we've enjoyed coming out to see the work that Councillor Vassey has done in Weldrake, and we really want to build on that across the rest of the city. We're putting in place the framework that ensures that the climate emergency and the biodiversity crisis underpin all of our decision-making and are front and centre of our thinking. But unfortunately, we can't accept the proposed amendments, even though we agree with very much the resolve part of it, primarily because of the failure to recognise the damage and the decarbonisation delay that has resulted from failing to produce that updated local transport plan or take the meaningful action that we needed to see on improving active travel across the city. This can't be brushed under the carpet, and that's why I don't feel able to accept this amendment. The only way that we can successfully address the climate and biodiversity crisis is by working together, cross-party, cross-city, and we wholeheartedly embrace the requested need to work collaboratively. We as politicians have to own our own actions and learn from things that we could have done better. We need to hold each other to account, but also to be constructive in our criticisms. We'd like to find our common ground with absolutely everybody and work together to safeguard York's future.
Thank you. Thank you. So now we take a vote on the amendment. Again, this will be a vote by raising hands. Those in favour of the amendment, please show now.
Thirteen in favour, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Those against the amendment, please show now.
That's 27.
Thank you. And just to be sure, there are no abstentions. No. Then the amendment is lost and we return to the original motion. I do invite debate on the motion. Any further? Please go ahead, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As 2030 draws ever closer, the climate emergency grows ever more urgent. The Climate and Ecology Bill, if passed through Parliament, would require a joined-up plan to tackle both climate and nature crises. Disappointingly, Britain is one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, and surprisingly, we have no laws in place to reverse the decline. This bill, which has cross-party support, including the support of York Central's MP, Rachel Maskell, would commit the country to actively restoring nature and reversing its destruction by 2030. This motion would pledge our support as a local authority to this bill, and going beyond that, building on our climate emergency motion of 2019, it would pledge immediate and ongoing action as we approach 2030. We don't need to invent or reinvent the wheel because we can join up our approach by strengthening our 20-year climate change strategy, by updating our local transport plan, and if it is really important to us, by giving much greater effect to our pollinator strategy. This is an opportunity for York to play its part in making the climate and nature our top priorities, for our city to play its part in reducing emissions rapidly and limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. Taking the example of our pollinator strategy, nature can be restored and biodiversity enhanced through it. The strategy identifies the shocking decline in numbers of our bumblebee species, our moths and butterflies nationally, but it also identifies the way in which York can halt and reverse the decline locally. Underutilised and neglected parks and development, and, underutilised and neglected parks and green spaces can contribute. Flower beds can be filled with insect-friendly plants. Development and planning policies can be established to ensure diverse and abundant new wildlife. Residents can feel the benefits through opportunities to engage in projects to protect and increase habitats and value biodiversity, and to live in healthier and more attractive neighbourhoods. We have an opportunity to reverse biodiversity loss, restore nature, and take urgent climate action in York by supporting this motion and following through on its resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. I've only seen two further hands. That was Councillor Orrell and Councillor Healy. I'll give you both the opportunity. I encourage you to keep your comments brief. Oh, Councillor Waters as well. I'll give you opportunity too. Councillor Orrell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As one of many Lib Dems and people from other parties and no party who've been campaigning on climate change for many years, I welcome the thrust of this motion. It adds to the achievements of the council over a number of years, not just last administration, but previous administrations. Could more have been achieved? Of course. But until relatively recently, climate change scepticism has been dominant. Just one example. When Ed Davey was Secretary of State for the Environment, to keep a section of his party happy, David Cameron felt he had to put a climate change denier, not a skeptic, a denier, as his junior minister. Ed achieved a lot. Most of the green energy we now have dates back to his work, but more could have been achieved without this constant break on the work he was doing. Thankfully, we've moved on, and climate change scepticism is still promoted by sections of the media, but with a declining effect. One of your proposals is for intermediate targets. We've discussed this within the group, and with Councillor Bassey, we've had an exchange of views on that, and not completely in agreement. They could have some potential to concentrate efforts by everyone. I'm just wary that vast amounts of time and money could be spent on them. Offers it. Okay, thank you. I think we should be developing projects that reduce our impact on the climate change and examining every action by our council to ensure that it's not damaging to climate change. Theoretically, we've been doing this for successive administrations, but too often it's an afterthought when an action has been worked out rather than the first premise that it should be. And too often we are told that something that will clearly impact negatively on climate change has to be done because a government rule or one of our outdated policies. And our council has
30 seconds.
Has to continue to be an exemplar, but we can't do this alone. We need to continue working with other organisations like businesses and our universities. Sadly, the good parts of this motion are undermined by the unnecessary negative references to our administration, not in keeping with all the proposals to work together. If we keep doing that, we're not going to work together. Climate change is too important for that sort of.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Healy, will you be able to keep your comments brief from Councillor Waters, and then we'll draw a line, then we'll go to the vote once.
I can keep them very brief, Lord Mayor. In the spirit of urgency, could I request that the two cabinet members get together with the chair and vice chair of the Corporate and Climate Change Committee, because we're not due to meet until the 25th of September, which is 2 months away. And that's, well, quite a long time away.
That was brief, thank you. Councillor Waters, can you be equally brief?
I'll cut some of this out then.
Good.
I was the only one not to support the 2019 climate emergency motion, and I won't support this. Similar to what I said in 2019, energy should be directed at real, practical, environmental improvements at local level, The pollinator policy introduced in 2019 with unanimous support is a classic example of a policy that's gone absolutely nowhere. Instead of heading the clouds policies like introducing electric bin wagons, if this council had resourced the environmental services function with cut and collect verge cutting machinery, we might have verges maintained properly for wildflowers. We should have had a proper policy and education process for rural verges, instead of which we've now got unauthorised flailing of verges and flailing of recently planted trees in the verges. 4 years, no progress. I pity the 2 new executive members sorting this mess out. The maintenance of the environment in York is a disgrace, both from an ecological and aesthetic point of view, and needs to be dealt with as a priority. Too many people seem blinded to practical reality by talk of climate emergency. A good current example of the works on Tabby Road. Cycle lanes and more bus facilities, all supposedly good for the environment. And yet the plans showed from the very outset conflict between existing mature trees and the swathes of tarmac. I've had to report trees with tarmac right up the trunk, chunks taken out of the bark with digger buckets, and roots left exposed in the heat of summer. Why was this not considered at the outset? I've just got back on a planning committee, and what do I find? Officers back with a 5-year landscaping condition instead of for the lifetime of the development condition that protects trees and landscaping. And talking of planning, let nobody continue to harass motorists in York whilst presiding over approving developments where hundreds of houses are built without shops, medical facilities, dentists, pubs and the like, compelling residents to use a private vehicle just to exist. Carbon neutral by 2030 is not going to happen either in York or the UK without huge massaging of figures. Let this council put its full attention to looking after the natural environment on the ground in York. It'll have a far greater benefit for residents. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Aurelius, do you wish to respond, say anything more before we go to the vote?
Very briefly, thank you. I really appreciate the support that people have offered in their responses, and I also recognise some of the frustration and the problems that people are throwing up. No one's saying this is going to be easy, and we are going to need to work together, support each other, and like I said before, to offer that constructive criticism and let us know when we're getting it wrong. I think there have been many mistakes because things are not joined up in our decision making. So when Councillor Waters talked about Tadcaster Road, yes, there are problems with the conflict between the way we implement something that's good for active travel, but it ends up being damaging for biodiversity. We need to get that joined up thinking into the way we make decisions. We're trying to put in place those strategies and that joined up thinking now. It's not going to happen overnight. We'd appreciate everyone's support. We need to work together on this. It's too important to get it wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's then go to the vote. As before, if you are in favour of the motion, please indicate now by raising your hand.
That's 25 in favour, Chair.
Thank you. Those against? I see no hands. Abstentions? Can you just keep your hands up for a moment longer?
Yeah.
We know how the vote is. But thank you. That motion is carried. Thank you. We therefore move on to Councillor Fenton. Will you introduce our next motion on highways and highway maintenance? Thank you.
You're delighted to. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Evening, everybody. I'm pleased to propose this motion in relation to highways maintenance. As many colleagues will be aware, particularly over recent months, as they've been on the doorsteps, The condition of roads and footpaths and cycle paths in the city is an issue that generates a lot of interest. And we know the scale of the repairs backlog, estimated at £190 million. And we know the many and competing demands on the council's highways budget. There are, as we've already heard this evening, differing opinions between political groups on the extent to which communities should be able to have a say in how some of these funds are invested. But that isn't the focus of this motion, or at least it wasn't meant to be, but more of that later. The motion's focus is on the council's current approach to deciding when it is appropriate to take action on highways defects. The council's current highways safety inspection manual dates back to 2020 and is currently subject to review. This motion asks executive to ensure that the next iteration of the manual reflects the specific challenges presented by the condition of concrete roads that have a tarmac top layer. As things stand, when these roads deteriorate, there is little hope of them being repaired, as the potholes are considered not to be deep enough. At a depth of around 30 millimetres, they fall foul of the current 40 millimetre investigatory threshold. Just to be clear, this isn't an issue of aesthetics, it's an issue of safety. I'll use a street in my ward, Waynes Grove, as an example. It's a short road, which is the main through route from Woodthorpe to Dringhouses, and is very well used by cyclists. There is no marked cycle lane, but the section of road near the curbside, most often used by cyclists, is in a very poor condition. Waynes Grove is home to a pharmacy, a ladies' hairdressers, and a convenience store. Large vehicles use the road to deliver to those businesses. Many of the elderly residents from the nearby Honeysuckle House independent living complex cross that road to get to and from the pharmacy, to pick up prescriptions, or to go to the shops, or to get their hair done, or to get the bus. Waynes Grove is quite simply dangerous for cyclists, pedestrians, and mobility scooter users. And across the city, I'm sure there are many other concrete roads with a tarmac top layer that pose a similar danger. Whenever I report the deteriorating condition of Waynes Grove and the hazard it poses, the response is invariably no follow-up work is required. What this motion seeks to do is to say that the condition of these roads shouldn't be ignored simply because of the depth of the potholes. A reduction in the investigatory level from 40 to 30 millimetres will give officers the ability to consider these potholes for repair. I had hoped that this proposal would be relatively uncontroversial. It doesn't seek to commit the administration to unfunded spending commitments. It seeks to secure an amendment to the current manual, which recognises the specific challenges associated with the maintenance of concrete roads. I would therefore politely ask members to support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Fenton, apologies if I cut you short. That was 3 minutes, not 5. You could have had another 2 minutes. That's my fault. If there's anything more that you were wanting to say, I shouldn't deprive you of it.
No,
assuming that's not
I'd written it on the basis it was 3, so that's.
Thank you. I'm therefore looking for a seconder. Do we have a second for this motion? Councillor Hook.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm very pleased to second this motion, which seizes the opportunity presented by the current review of the Highway Safety Inspection Manual to address an important shortfall which affects the safety of residents. There are many concrete roads in York, especially on those estates which are now over 60 years old. Like me, they are showing signs of their age. The tarmac veneer is falling apart and they're starting to fray at the edges. I am well over 60. Unfortunately, the drains in many of these roads are not at the lowest points, so whenever it rains, there are pools of standing water and they're left at the edges of the road, and this gradually breaks down the tarmac. So there are lots of potholes and sections where the tarmac has almost disappeared, exactly where cyclists normally ride. So they are forced to move out into the traffic. Where you have a pothole nearer to the centre of the road, they tend to be quite unlike those elsewhere because they've sheer vertical sides with a sudden drop of the full depth of the tarmac. If a cyclist catches the edges of their wheels on the edges of these holes, the only direction is down. I've noticed that I'm far from being the only cyclist who, no longer feeling able to cycle all the way into York, still uses a bike for short rides around the local area. This means a higher than normal proportion of the cyclists at risk are older and therefore more fragile and likely to have long-term health problems as a result of the fall. The potholes also represent a trip hazard for pedestrians. At the risk of sounding like a former leader of the Labour Party, I received an email from Mandy, who says, I tripped and fell over a pothole in a road in York and fractured my foot in 2 places. At this moment in time, I'm still receiving treatment for the fractures. I reported the accident to York City Council and submitted a claim. After investigating the claim incident, they've informed me the pothole was not deep enough and did not need repairing. And a similar accident happened several years ago when a fellow thespian in the next road to mine got out of a car and fell because of a pothole. She broke her kneecap.
30 seconds.
And was using a stick for many months after and never acted again. While paying her compensation, the council said that pothole was not considered deep enough to repair. As these roads age, the problem can only get worse. So to improve the safety of pedestrians and cyclists, I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I understand there is a notice of amendment from Councillor Crawshaw, again included in our supplementary papers, and I invite Councillor Crawshaw to move the amendment. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Unamended, the Liberal Democrat motion reads as a frankly odd list of things that you apparently didn't feel were priorities for the 8 years that you had the opportunity to do something about them, but now, a few weeks later, think are of critical importance. Labour's amendment turns it into a more honest reflection of both what has been happening to date and how our new administration will do things differently. To begin, I think it's worth us being clear about where we find ourselves. According to the Council's open data platform in 2015, when the Liberal Democrats went into coalition with the Tories to run this council, the percentage of York's non-principal classified roads, that's the types of roads that we're talking about in this motion, where maintenance should be considered, was at 7%, or around 1 in every 14 roads. In 2022, the most recently available data, that figure was 23%, almost 1 in 4. And in fact, that figure has been above 20% every year for the past 5 years, all of the time that you lot have been in control. But that's your game here, isn't it? Present yourselves as being on the side of the residents while knowing full well that you did nothing while you had the chance to. You want to expedite a review of the Highways Safety Inspection Manual, the document that sets the intervention levels for potholes. But in October 2021, less than 2 years ago, the old Liberal Democrat executive approved both the current Highways Safety Inspection Manual and the Highways Infrastructure Asset Management Plan. These were literally your decisions that you now claim to have caused the road network to become dangerous. And then, of course, in the same breath, you'll no doubt be railing against us for repurposing your devolved highways budgets in order to deliver a more strategic approach to dealing with the mess that you've left us. So again, let's just spend a minute thinking about that too. Setting aside the unease that funding for many of these schemes should really have come from maintenance budgets, this was a scheme that was either ill-conceived or set up to fail. Insufficient resources were given to the delivery of what was supposed to be a capital programme, meaning that in Micklegate, for example, we put forward 30 potential schemes in August of 2019, following conversations with our local community and long morning walk around the ward with the relevant highways officers. But by 2023, and despite the best efforts of the ward team, just 5 had been delivered. Councillor Waters is absolutely right in his earlier comments to Councillor Lomas. This has hardly been a vision of an efficient council or an empowered local community. So whilst it's nice to see the Liberal Democrats back in their pothole comfort zone, wrapped in that lovely warm bitumen blanket, one has to wonder exactly what you were doing for the past 8 years while you were actually in charge of the highways budgets. And I do hope that we won't be spending the next 4 years hearing about all the things that you didn't do whilst you were in power, though I guess it will be the gift that keeps giving. The one good thing is that the press that you put out around this motion has at last answered that perennial question of what exactly is the point of a Lib Dem. Turns out it's downwards towards the road surface, occasionally to the left, maybe over to the right, eyes the camera and grimace.
Thank you. May I have a seconder for this, please? Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm very pleased to second this amendment. When I spoke on the budget earlier in this meeting, I stated that it was a budget for the benefit of people, not politicians, and this amendment is exactly the same. This amendment is about improving the efficiency of how the council deals with our highways infrastructure, and I'd hope that even the most misty-eyed of Liberal Democrats pining for the Aspen-led administration to return could see that highways maintenance over the last few years has not been the most efficient. So why is this more efficient? Well, as it says in the amendment, Due to the lack of revenue budget allocated by the previous administration for officer time, these ward-based schemes were not progressed. This work could and should have taken place as regular highways maintenance, but because it had become a ward scheme proposed by councillors and allowed to sit in one set of inboxes in the council before it eventually got to the top and then gets placed in another set of inboxes in the council, hopefully slowly reaching to the top, things get delayed. So we hope that this amendment will go some way to addressing some of these issues. Why is this for the benefit of the residents of York rather than for politicians? Well, this is about taking a reasoned and evidence-based approach to what needs doing. Not what streets are in a particular polling distance of whichever councillor who can only really view their own streets, but what is right for all residents in York. So I think we would all agree that it would be great if we had more money and we could take a citywide approach and a ward-based approach. But I feel at this time we need to make a strategic decision to test whether this way is more efficient. I worry, for example, that in some ward streets could have benefited from multiple resurfacing jobs in the same time that others have gone without anything. I think we should all agree that if the previous Liberal Democrat and Green coalition hadn't chosen to remove £3.5 million from the highways maintenance budget to install the blue badge barriers, then we'd have £3.5 million more in highways maintenance budget to make a difference. Finally, on the last bullet point of the amendment, we need a dedicated team that have the flexibility to patch larger sections of the road surface. I'm sure that we've all spoken to residents who have vented their frustration at the fact that one pothole has been dealt with and the other one next to it hasn't been. Again, this hopefully will prove to be an efficiency that doesn't mean cutting more money. It's an efficient that means exactly that. Our highways maintenance team will become more efficient. Thank you.
So I invite debate on the amendment. Can I just make members aware of the fact that we're not far away from the notice of guillotine? I'd really like to get through this motion, and beyond that, we have several things on which we will need to take a vote this evening. So bearing that in mind, please can we be brief? Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It probably won't surprise you to find out we won't be supporting the amendment. I think there's lots of factual inaccuracies and misunderstanding about highways that works in here. So we've had that comment repeatedly that much of the work should have been done as part of the highway maintenance programme. That just isn't true. As the motion has showed, the Highway Infrastructure Asset Management Plan specifically prevents this from happening. This is the reason why Councillor Taylor previously and Councillor Crawshaw today have highlighted the impact on residential roads. That happened, incidentally, probably about 12 years ago, and I think Councillor Waters and Councillor Merritt can tell you why local input into highways maintenance was removed quite categorically, and all that influence we had locally as members was taken away and put into a rigorous process. That meant that residential roads never met the criteria to enable them to get the maintenance they required. That's why the ward committee funding was put in for those roads that will never ever get work done. That's the stories that Councillor Vassy told. That's the stories I can tell in my ward. The resident sent me a card at Christmas saying thank you because her ornaments don't fall off her windowsill anymore due to the fact of ward financing. So this will not happen as part of regular highway maintenance if you take this away. The reference to HVM costs. I remind you, you are in administration, Councillor Webb. You've just passed a budget amendment. You could have put that £3.5 million back. Councillor Douglas was absolutely adamant she supported the HVM measure. She had never said where that money should have come from. If you didn't believe this money should have been done, you could have put that capital back in. The strange comments about officer time. We did put officer time, and it wasn't revenue actually, it was capital, but there was a dedicated highways officer. So that isn't true. The suggestion that the devolved highways was set up to fail, you did row back on that one, Councillor Crawshaw. It is clearly nonsense. No one came to any of the wards where these schemes did actually progress. There were issues. It was a new idea. There were processes around that. It could be done better. It should have been done better. It should be evolved and delivered better. But setting up to fail, entirely not true. The removal of the addition of explores rather than requires the 30 million intervention level. You say efficiency would lead to all of those potholes in an area being filled. That's what that intervention was meant to do. In my ward, they turned up and filled one pothole because it was 40 mil and ignored the rest because they were 35. The specific purpose of this motion was to fix that issue, and you've revoked the actual sections of the words that are there. It wasn't 8 years, Councillor Kilbane. The high amp was 2020, adopted 2021 and due for review. without these unnecessary political additions, we probably would have supported the motion, but what you've written is clearly designed to store point.
I think we do move to the, no, with apologies to Councillor Stewart and to Councillor Waters who wanted to speak, I think we move to the vote on the amendment. So those in favour of the amendment, please show. Okay, thank you very much. Those wishing to vote against the amendment, please show.
Are you voting, Lord Mayor?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much. I don't think there are any abstentions on that. There is, sorry.
2 abstentions.
There are 2 abstentions. We will record the abstentions. Thank you very much. So that amendment has been lost. We return to the original. Sorry. It's getting late, isn't it? Yeah. Getting used to saying that. Forgive me. So
The amendment has been granted.
the amendment has been granted. Therefore, we need now to debate the motion as amended. Please go ahead. Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and may I say it's an honour to address the council on behalf of the residents of Fishergate, and I'm delighted to be giving my first speech in support of this amended motion. A particular area I feel passionate about is mentioned in this amended motion, which points out the previous administration's political decision to use £3.5 million from the future highways budget, as if we didn't already have enough problems when maintaining the highways. The lengthy time it took to design the right scheme and order the barriers led to an increase in the cost on the highways budget. I am, however, pleased to see that the amended motion highlights a clear hierarchy of transport, with the pedestrians and cyclists at the top. This shows the importance of the work already done by the draft local cycling walking infrastructure plan on creating a strategic active travel network, which will encourage all of our residents who are able to do so to take up active travel. And so maintaining this network, and as a part of this amended motion, it is important to encourage as many of our residents as possible to cycle in safe spaces. This will help the city to fully realise the myriad personal and public health benefits that active travel can bring. And then, of course, Lord Mayor, we have potholes. The adage goes that in life there is nothing certain but death and taxes. I'm fast learning that as a city councillor there is nothing certain but bins and potholes. The amended motion does demonstrate how different approaches are possible on dealing with the scourge of potholes, and I agree that we should give this trial a go. As it clearly states, it makes more sense to address the clusters of potholes where our resources can make the most difference, rather than playing whack-a-mole every time a single pothole goes over a certain level. This amended motion has achieved the right balance to the original one, outlining what we as a newly elected council hope to achieve over the next 4 years, and that we will work hard to ensure that York's highways and active travel routes are maintained to the best condition possible with the resources that we have. I really think that we should vote for this amended motion. Thank you.
The essence, like answers. You do get to respond to that. Before we lose that. Please do.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it's disappointing that the wording in the original motion has been significantly watered down in relation to the main thrust of this motion, which was a very specific omission from the manual that was approved in 2020. If that wasn't an omission, there would be no point in bringing this motion, but the amendment significantly waters it down with an explore rather than a require. The new final budget bullet relating to the trialling of this new approach, we all know is a centralisation. I suppose the use of the word trial gives me some hope. It'd be interesting to see how the trial is, the impact is measured, but it does run counter to the principle that I and other colleagues have, which is a decision should be made as near to communities as possible. Other colleagues may laugh at that and how that manifests itself in what we do, but it's something that we're proud of. The theme features in other aspects of the amendment relating to what's called an inefficient use of resources and schemes being set up to fail. As others have pointed out, ward capital schemes are not easy. They're often very, very slow to deliver. But I know in my ward and in others, some important schemes have been delivered that otherwise simply wouldn't have happened. Some examples, a badly rutted footpath across a park with a playground, some physical measures on a footpath to prevent vehicles driving over the footpath to get into a pub car park. There've been a number of near misses. I was hoping to start delivering a similar scheme outside Dringhouse's post office, where if anybody walks down Tadcaster Road, they'll see increasing numbers of cars and vans seem to think the footpath is an overflow car park for them to use for their convenience. The owner of the nearby cafe has been assiduously taking photographs of some really quite amazing examples of dangerous parking. That's not going to happen now because the highways capital ward funding we would have used for that isn't there anymore. But I will tell the owner of the cafe and anyone else who asks that the administration has decided that that is an inefficient use of resource, and I think that's really sad. So while the amendment does include some changes to the motion, which I would be supportive of, the negative aspects means that we are unable to support the motion as amended.
Thank you, Councillor Fenton. So then we do move to the vote. We're voting on the motion as amended. Can I ask those in favour, please, to raise their hands?
24. That's 24.
24. Thank you. Can I ask those against to raise their hands, please? And therefore, can I ask for those who wish to abstain to raise their hands, please?
Are you abstaining, Lord Mayor?
I'll abstain.
Yeah, so you have 15 against.
Yes.
Or 15 abstention.
Therefore, the motion as amended is carried. Thank you very much. With that, I think we're just about at the point where we need to be aware of the guillotine. And I'm going to ask the monitoring officer to help us to deal with the outstanding business that we need to get through before that guillotine falls.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So we move now to the votes that we now need to take under the guillotine procedures. We begin with the third motion, which is the Getting York Moving Fairly motion. This is Councillor Rowley's motion.
4 hours including break.
The Constitution says 3 hours and 30 minutes.
3 hours and 30 minutes.
Excluding breaks.
Yeah.
6:30. Yeah.
10:15.
Yeah.
Are we agreed?
It's just every week you said 3 hours, 40 minutes, 30 minutes. So that was
And at the beginning of this meeting, we did say clearly 3 hours, 30 minutes. How much longer would you like to go on this evening? Okay. Monitoring officer, please help us.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So in relation to...
Thank you, members. Please pay attention.
In relation to the Getting York Moving Fairly motion, the first vote we need to take is in relation to the proposed amendment submitted by the Liberal Democrat group under the name of Councillor Fenton. So we need a vote on whether the amendment to that motion is to be accepted. So could we have a show of hands for those accepting the Liberal Democrat amendment to the Conservative motion Getting York Moving Fairly?
$13.
Yep.
Thank you.
13 in favour, Lord Mayor. Those against the amendment, please show. That's 25, Lord Mayor. So that amendment is lost.
The amendment is lost.
So we now move on to the second amendment, which was submitted.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Yes.
We would have accepted the Labour amendment as tabled without the need to go to a vote. But if you want to extend it and go to a vote, that's fine.
We'll do a very brief vote. So the second amendment submitted by the Labour group. Those in favour of the second amendment, please show. So that's 25. Those against the Labour amendment, please show. So that's 13, Lord Mayor. So the second amendment is
Has also lost.
is accepted.
Nearly.
So we now have the vote for the substantive motion as amended. So this is the motion as amended by the Labour amendment. Can I have a show of hands for those in favour of the amended motion? So again, we have 25, Lord Mayor. Those against the amended motion, please show. Those abstaining, please show.
Let me be clear, those against the amended motion. Okay, thank you.
Those abstaining, please show.
13.
That's 13, Lord Mayor. So the amended motion is passed.
Thank you very much.
We now move to the fourth motion, city response to food insecurity. This is a motion submitted by Councillor Nelson with an amendment proposed by Councillor Fisher. So can we please move to the amendment, vote on the amendment?
Yeah.
So
it's incorporated in the.
yeah, but it hasn't been moved.
So
can we? So can we, for the sake of protocol, can we?
Please pay attention.
Can we have a show of hands? Those in favour of the amendment, please.
The motion as amended.
The motion as amended.
Yes.
Yeah, that's unanimous, Chair.
It is unanimous.
There we go. So then
You go.
we now move on to the update on governance arrangements for the Yorkshire Purchasing Organisation. Could we have a show of hands for those in favour of those, please? Again, that's unanimous, Chair. Then we have a show of hands for those in relation to the independent remuneration panel members, please. Again, that appears to be unanimous, Chair. The penultimate vote will be the extension of the time period for the independent person for audit and governance committee. Again, can we have a show of hands for that, please? Again, unanimous. And finally, the appointments and changes to membership. Can I have an indication that council is comfortable with that? Okay, so we have some hands down.
Do we need to record any
Well,
votes to the contrary?
Those against, please. Okay, so that's 13.
13 again.
Are you voting against?
25 for-
That's fine. So that's 13 against, which means 25 in favour.
Yeah.
So they're agreed, Lord Mayor.
They're all agreed.
That brings us to end of the meeting, Lord Mayor.
Members,